I'll
get a
just
pina colada.
I'll get some pineapple juice. I'll get some of that.
Oh, get this. This is fucking dynamite.
Mwah.
Mwah. It's it's pineapple and coconut.
Get a fucking room, you pair.
Oh,
I'll be round later, Andy.
very kind of soft bitterness. It's not.
It's not a bitter beer. I think my only observation is I used Sabro right the way through
The whirlpool.
Yeah, no, I use Sabro to bitter the whole lot, and there's probably maybe a little hint of soapiness.
Really?
This is what I'm going with as my first beer.
Oh, nice.
What the fuck?
What do you reckon? Is that too much? Shall I save that for the commercial break?
Really?
Is that actual or is that yes?
No, it's fucking legit. Look,
commercial.
Yeah.
That'll be a classic.
Let me get the beer I was gonna get.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, we're live.
And it's not soapy at all, mate.
No, I don't know.
It's sometimes you get the soapiness when it's quite young with Sabro. But as it kind of, are you getting soapy now on the keg?
I think like once you notice it, and it's really nitpick, right?
Yeah,
it's really. I wouldn't go that. I'm being unduly unfair, or duly unfair.
I'm not getting that. Maybe a wee bit of.
No, that's not a double negative. That's not a double negative, Owen. You can be unduly unfair.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just.
I confused myself.
Okay, so we're live on YouTube. Hey guys, welcome to the Hop Edition being filmed. Are we? Have you posted on BrewTube that we're live on
the
YouTube?
only person watching it is me. So carry on.
Get it fucking posted. Come on.
Well, hang on a minute, because we have to fucking start recording all that shit first.
Yeah, we need to do the audio shit.
So,
okay.
Let's make sure we're actually set to go before we
the audio shite.
Fucking launching.
Audio shite. Yeah.
Okie.
That's a wee bit closer. Do you like my new wank sock?
that is purple and velvet, like a.
That's taking posh wank to the next level, isn't it?
Like a French duke.
So it's from a bottle of Crown Royal whiskey.
That is a proper posh wank sock.
That is a proper wank sock.
Is it velvet?
Yeah, it's really soft.
Just like your fucking sheets.
Like his ball bag.
You should see the new ones that are on now. It's like, how
No, I don't want to see your rubber sheets. All right.
It's the teddy bear kind of fur you get. It's almost like that kind of super soft. They jumped in.
He's a fucking furry.
Night.
That's what he is. He's a furry.
And it's like this makes sense in Scotland at the moment with the temperatures. Oh, it was dynamite. I was like, I'm now toasting in this. It's perfect.
Oh, I'm literally only just reading these notes now.
Should we give you a minute to get up to speed, Owen?
I just wing it.
To be fair, all I've done is I've gone through and I've put my answers to the questions in, because let's face it, there's going to be 35 minutes of Owen doing his commercial break. There's going to be at least an hour of some fucking random. You've got to edit the music over it, Tricky. I want Je t'aime over the top of Owen.
Copyright issues, mate.
This beer is so soft and so sexy.
That's it. I just need to find some copyright-free music that's got the sex music.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah.
A little bit of porn funk.
Oh, hell yes. So yeah, right, let me just check my audio. Checking audio now. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check. That'll do the trick for me. I am good to go. Tricky can fuck with the levels.
Mic check. Mic check.
Hey, 1 2 1 2. Hey, 1 2. Hey, here we go.
Just a test for when I get excited. Ah!
Oh, ouchie.
Yeah, we're good.
That was nice.
I enjoyed that.
Just hit that. No. Blue Snowball earphones.
I fucking love Johnny Pollock, by the way. Wait until you see this shit, guys. I mean, I know you've all got a bottle and everything, but fucking Jesus Christ.
What's this?
Clarity, boys.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow.
Lovely stuff. I have got that one lined up for tonight as well.
It's making your head even more shiny. Beautiful.
Oh, mate. This is one really. I mean, I've made this beer. Obviously, I didn't make it with corn. I made it with rice. It was his last version. But holy shit. This is a good beer. I need to keep that. Okay, are we all ready to synchronize our recordings?
No, hang on.
Yep.
Are we posted on BrewTube? We got anyone watching yet?
No.
Awesome.
Let me hit record first before we do that, so I'm like actually ready to go.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, I've got, even with two screens, again, I've just got too many fucking windows to be able to figure out what I'm doing here.
He'd make a poor substitute for young Jamie from the Joe Rogan podcast, wouldn't he?
First world problems, Tricky.
I know, it's
First
tough life. Tough life. Nyak, 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 nyak. Right, okay. I'm hovering over the record button.
Okay, you ready, boys?
Yep.
Owen?
Yep.
Okie dokie. 3, 2, 1, click it.
Okay, right. So I'm ready to put it live on Facebook as well.
Sweet.
There we go.
So who's starting it off? Shall I do the intro this time?
Yeah, man. It's all you.
Okay, dokie. Okay, we should be live on Facebook. Your purple wank sock looks like you're about to get punched in the face with a boxing glove on the thumbnail for that.
Superb.
Right, okay. Right, are we all ready?
Beautiful.
Right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Hop Edition Christmas special, the one you've all been waiting for, and the one that we've all been waiting for, because basically we're just here to get pissed. So we've gathered the three wise men plus Chris to give you some Xmas related homebrewing banter and chat. Let's get into it.
What does that make Chris then?
Baby Jesus.
I'm the North Star, mate.
The donkey.
I'll take that. I'll take that. Okay, so tonight is going to be kind of one of those podcasts where we just talk about stuff, but we do have notes and everything. And essentially, it's going to be Christmas related brewing stuff, kind of a semi-review of the year, since the next one that we're going to record is going to be when we're just getting over the hangovers from New Year's Eve. And also we're going to be talking about Christmas beers for a little bit of this episode. So hopefully you guys will join us on this trip. And just for anybody who's watching, at the point where we say let's go to the commercial break, an Impy Stout is mandatory. Okay, mandatory Impy Stouts at the commercial break, and we want you guys on either the comment section on YouTube or in the chat on BrewTube to let us know what it is you're drinking and what you think of it. Okay, so let's do our usual start off. Bobby Chuckles, what are you drinking?
I wasn't ready, but now I am. I've lifted my glass. And
No,
I'm
Go,
ready.
Owen, go.
So I've got a New England IPA.
Didn't notice.
my latest New England IPA, which I've been beer mailing out to a few people. I think all of you.
Yeah, we've got it.
Apart from Richard has got one. Sorry, Tricky. Be
Ah.
in the mail soon, I promise. And
Check's in the mail, sir.
It is a 6.2% New England IPA with Eldorado, Idaho 7, and Brew 1. And it is pretty tasty, as you would expect from that hop combo. So it's got nice citrus notes, pineapple notes, drinks nicely. It's got a decent body. Yeah, very drinkable. Merry Christmas to you all.
Merry Christmas.
Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, ho, ho.
Who's going next? Me?
Go on then, Andy.
Yeah, I'll go. I've got Owens.
Well, hang on. Whoa, stop.
What?
Oh, I'm going to say, wait there.
What?
What? Wait. That all got very confusing because I clicked on the link to see who was watching us on BrewTube, and all of a sudden Owen's talking in my ears again. And I look over and his lips aren't moving. And I'm like, this dude's a goddamn ventriloquist. What is going on?
Yeah, you'll get the delayed audio if you do that, Chris. You got to mute the YouTube.
Man, that was confusing. Okay,
the
off you
YouTube
trot, Andy.
feed.
Off you trot.
Yeah.
All right, so I've got a beer from the Blue Pants Brewery, and it's the Pina Colada Pale Ale from Owen, which is Sabro in his Brew 1. He says it's Midwestern ale yeast, 5.1% ABV, brewed in November 20. So Owen, can you tell us what kind of, when were you chucking those hops in?
So I'd have to look at the recipe, but it was Sabro throughout the boil, and there is some Sabro at the bittering, and then I think it's reasonably late into the boil, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and then a whirlpool addition, and then it was Brew 1 and Sabro and the dry hop.
Nice. So the beer,
the Brew 1 thing was a little bit of a late addition. It was a bit of a last minute. It was just going to be all Sabro. And then I got some Brew 1, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I could do something here."
Yeah, I'm glad because I'm getting mega pineapple. Funnily enough, on the nose, it's very, very tropical. It's not like a citrus thing. It's definitely tropical, but it's like it's like pineapple juice sort of thing coming up and hitting you in the nose, and slight like the coconut. Like when I remember I opened this, and I was just like, definite coconut beer. I actually thought you'd put actual coconut in it. It was that. Did you? No.
No, just Sabro.
Yeah,
just Sabro.
Wow. And it's just so thick, like the juice that coats your tongue. Very kind of low bitterness, I would say, maybe up to about 30 IBUs, maybe 20 to 30 IBUs kind of bitterness.
Yeah,
get a nice sweetness in the tongue, and it's like pineapple juice and slight coconut, but it's more kind of about the tropical juice sort of thing that's going on.
Yeah,
and just a lot. It's just this nice coating it's got in your tongue. So yeah, big smile on my face drinking this one. I'll tell you, it's good.
It's my pleasure, my friend.
You're on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it.
We can see the smile on your face. So Trickadelic. Sorry,
yes.
Go on, Owen.
I was just going to say, like a lot of people that have drunk it and give me a little bit of feedback have said, it's like got quite a lot of body to it. But
yeah,
actually, it's like there's 140 grams of carapils in there. But other than that, it's just Marisota and a little bit of light crystal.
Oh wow!
So it's what was it? It finished. I mashed it at 67, and it finished at 10:11, I think.
It just doesn't. It feels really, coating on the body sort of thing. It's got a nice sweetness to it, but maybe that's the crystal.
Could be. And also I think that Midwestern ale yeast is a real banger. I'd highly recommend that yeast.
Yeah,
it's a pretty clean American ale yeast, but it does add like a creamy. I think it adds to the body.
Creamy body, yeah.
Yeah. You love a creamy body, don't you?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, he's all about the cream in beers. What you got in your glass today then, Trick?
So I've got a American Pale Ale It's one of the Cheeky Peaks homebrew recipes. So they're 3 C's
Nice.
American Pale Ale, which is Citra, Cascade, and Centennial. And yeah, it's just a nice, easy drinking APA. It's not a set the world on fire kind of super juicy, fruity beer, but just a real nice, quaffable APA.
Has it got a piney thing going on, Trick?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's got a bit more of that kind of piney, kind of grapefruit rind, sort of like slightly more old school kind of APA flavor profile to it. So, leaning a little bit more towards like your Sierra Nevadas and things like that, as opposed to some of the more modern interpretations of it, but with a little bit of Citra in there as well. So it's got a little bit of that kind of tropical note to it, but it's still
Is it got a bit of a crisp bite to it as well? Or?
Yeah, it's quite crisp, and it's got a little bit of that sort of sharp citrusy thing. So
sounds good.
Yeah, nice to go back to one of the slightly more kind of old school sort of recipes for an APA occasionally.
Yeah.
It's kind of like doing the West Coast IPAs rather than the big Neepers and hazy IPAs as well. It's just
I think I've got a hunch that I think like that's going to be one of the next things. We're going to gravitate back to those sea hops and get a bit back to like more bitter beers and back to the West Coast thing.
Yeah,
I know we've talked a bit about that in terms of.
Yeah, I think the nipples. It'll be the nipples with with those hops, basically.
You still think we've still got some legs in this hazy craze?
Yeah,
I think it's a winner just because of the hilarious acronym that you've got for it there. People will want to order a nipple at the bar. So
it started here.
Yeah, you heard it here first, folks.
Absolutely, guys. Can I just take a moment to just say, every so often, everybody has one of those moments where they just need some affirmation. They need that little bit of just reassurance that you're right in what you're thinking. Well, I've just got one of those moments where I am actually right, because I trust Tricky's palate more than I trust my own because of this. Okay. And Tricky said, "Why kick a Mookow? Fantastic beer, wonderful. He really liked it. And if he'd made it, he wouldn't have sent me any," which I'd expect. It's that good a beer. However, on Facebook at this moment in time, there is a photo from Mr. Leroy Crosdale, who has said he got this beer in because Chris Millington is always banging on about it. You are spot on, mate. It is so good. And he's got a can of Arbor Ales Why kick a Mookow? My work here is done. I mean, literally, I could walk out that door right now. My work here is done. It is nice to know that my palate is not complete dog shit. Anyway, moving on, my beer, since it's my turn, I have quite literally the clearest beer that we've ever had
Crystal
on this podcast. Look at the clarity on that. Okay, now he posted, right? Look at that. You can look at it. I'll magnify my bald head. Look, I'm a cone head. I'm a cone head. Conehead. This beer is it's been sent to me by, I'm going to try and do this in a Scottish accent, the Doug's Pollocks Brewery. JP, Johnny Pollock himself, has sent me this. Now, unfortunately, the other beer that he sent me, the Bipper, had spilled a little bit, and Royal Mail didn't seem too happy about giving me the bag, but I don't care because this one was intact.
spilled a little bit is an understatement, isn't it? Exploded and evacuated the full contents, yeah.
Pretty much.
No. That's devastating.
Don't worry, JP was on the case. He sent me some more special delivery. They'll be here in the morning. So I get another one of these. Conehead. This is JP's interpretation of an American light lager made with corn. I don't have the recipe. However, this is easily the most crushable beer I have had in the last 6 months.
Wow.
I seriously, I could do half a keg of this easily.
Yeah, easy.
This is stunning beer. 4.3%, as clear as I've got a feeling there may have been some gelatin involved, but oh my god, this is a fantastic pint, and it just drinks so smooth, so nice. And like we were talking about on the lagers episode, yeah, there's nowhere to hide. And this is a fantastic beer. JP, you've hit it on the nose, mate. Well done. Nice. Cracker, absolute cracker. And I think, do all three of you have a bottle of this?
No.
No.
Or is it just tricky?
I have.
Oh, look at you.
I think that's
Look
probably
at
going to
you
be up
two.
next.
Yeah, it's an absolute banger. This is a lovely, lovely, crisp, clean beer. Just what I needed after a day of being annoyed.
We'll just give JP a little round of applause.
Bravo, sir. Bravo.
Bravo. Tip of the cap.
It's outstanding. It really is. It's outstanding.
Nice.
So, who else has replied? Cal PM. Been watching a load of your videos recently. That must be you, Tricky, he's talking about, because I haven't done any. So, we've done what we're drinking. Christmas presents, brewing related. I think this is quite an interesting topic because there's still a week. You can still get delivery from the malt miller. You'd be lucky to get delivery from Get a Brewed, but you can still get delivery from the malt miller. So let's go around the clock. Andy, stop playing with your phone or whatever it was you were playing with.
Just getting up my notes.
Just checking with you. Yeah. Excuse me.
That's his story and he's sticking to
What
it.
are you likely to be getting? Well, it's got the wank sock. Look,
The Royal
what-
Wank
what
sock.
the
Don't
exactly
posh
forget.
is
one.
This
Posh
is-
one. Crown Royal.
It's the
Look,
the French Duke
it's 'cause
cocksock.
Yeah, the luxury model.
we gave him so much shit over his crappy stained white wank sock that he's
I had to upgrade
pulled
it.
out the royal wank sock. Yeah. So what is it that you want or are likely to be getting that is brewing related for Christmas?
Me. I don't think I'm
Yeah.
getting anything really brewing related. It'll be more to do with my YouTube for brewing. So I'm upgrading the software I've got, DaVinci Resolve, and getting DaVinci Resolve Studio and the speed editor so I can put out amazing brewing videos. Not that I don't already, but just stepping it
Yeah,
up.
you're not going to do that on that crappy MacBook.
The crappy MacBook's amazing.
He won't let it
Sure
go,
it
will
is.
he? He's
No,
got the
it's
hate.
a new. It's,
Apple
it
hate
is-
runs deep in this
it
one.
is- it is so good, and it's just been widely reviewed as being fantastic. And I did my first run a couple of nights ago, and it was.
I have
Wow.
seen a few reviews, to be fair, and it says it
Oh,
absolutely smokes everything when
just-
it comes to video editing. So
Yeah, and
I've seen reviews that say the same thing.
and
I
I
can't
didn't
build
believe it.
my
I
own,
thought
can I?
I thought maybe with the free version, because it's the free version I've got on it just now on the M1 MacBook Pro, and it was just flawless. I mean, what used to take me over an hour to render with full colouring and everything took me 11 minutes last night, and that's not even using all the cores, I believe, because the studio version unlocks the full CPU and it'll render even quicker. So, game changer. There
Wow,
we go. So
that sounds awesome.
that's my brewing related stuff.
Tenuously
Okay.
brewing related.
Yeah, kind of. It's all about.
Tenuous. Yeah, it's not going to help at all with those wedding videos, is it?
I
Owen,
don't
what
do
are you
any
getting?
videos.
So a couple of things, nothing too crazy, but I've asked for a few bit of reading material. So I've asked for like the book on grain and the water book.
Oh,
And
yeah.
is it the new IPA? Is that Scott
That's the best one.
Yanish's
Yeah.
book? Yeah, so I've asked for all those, and
Nice.
I think I might be getting a lock line, like spar jar. You know, like those flexible spar jars. I think
Oh,
you've
is
got
that
that,
the-
haven't you, Chris?
Is that the orange one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
orange
orange,
and blue.
and blue. We've got the extra large one,
Nice.
and I've picked up the little attachment
what
for the
she
brew tools
said.
thing. I've got the little attachment for the center pipe that has a 1/2-inch MPT attachment, so I can attach that up. So it's sad. It's a sad story, really, because the watering can is going to go.
No.
Sad times.
That's
That is-
absolutely unacceptable, Owen.
Devastating.
The Brutals watering can. How
Yeah.
can you?
The Brutals branded
green-
watering can
The
is
green
going to be no
Brutals
more.
watering can is going. Oh
it's
my!
going to be a shame
Oh.
to see
It's the-
that go. It's the trademark. It's the
It
trademark
is.
of the
Yeah, I
Trouser
should
It's the end of an era.
I should
We
be
need to
adding
have
that to my brewery branding.
We need to have an entire 90-minute podcast, which is just silence, out of respect for the watering can.
Yeah,
Oh,
I agree.
dear.
Let's get that in the that in
Yeah.
the diary. I could
Will you
rename
be
my
able
brewery.
to edit that one in under a week, Tricky?
Say that again. The
Would you
90
be able
minutes
to
of silence?
edit that in under a week? Yeah.
I reckon I'd have a chance. Yeah.
What about you, Trick? What are you getting?
Well, considering I put this topic on the notes, it's pretty poor form that I'm not actually getting anything brewing related for Christmas at all. So I don't know why I put this as a suggested topic. Seems like a bit of a blunder there, but yeah, I hadn't really asked for anything brewing related because I was expecting to have the brewery and everything packed up and in boxes by now. But I'm not going to go into that again because obviously, as you can see, I'm still fucking here.
Yeah.
And that's not happening before Christmas anyway. But there are a couple of things that I've seen that I would have put on my Christmas list if I had expected to still be here. So the I don't know if you've seen that new bottling tap thing that a few people have been posting up, the Bowl eye tap or whatever it is. So I do like the look of that.
Yeah, I was eyeing one of those up Tricky.
Yeah, it's expensive, but it seems to actually do the job properly, whereas like everything else seems to be a little bit of a, doesn't quite work or is a bit, slow or whatever, whereas that seems to be like whack the bottle in, pull the tap, done, filled to the top, no fucking about. And carbonation cap works okay for me, but it is really slow because you have to, take it off, put it back on, vent the bottle, blah blah blah. This is obviously got everything kind of integrated into one setup. So once you've, kind of wired it all up and put your lines into it, you're good to go. So yeah, that's kind of on my wish list anyway. I obviously probably won't be getting it this Christmas, but at some point I think that might be added to the brewery.
Becky, will you not need to change your taps? Or
I don't think I'd put that onto the main keezer, so I'd probably have that on the fridge or something, and maybe set up some sort of system so that I can just put a jumper line from whatever keg I want to use onto it, off of that onto the bottling tap when I need to use it. Because I think that's probably the only downside with that is you'd need to figure out some way to quickly swap between the different kegs when you're bottling off of it. So
bastard. You're gonna have a separate, unique, distinct bottling tap.
Yeah. Pretty sure that's what he was talking about. Yeah,
that's what you're gonna need.
Fuck.
Well, I think if you're a prolific beer mailer, it's gonna pay for itself.
Yeah,
I don't have to worry about that.
Yorkshiremen need not apply.
I only do that once a year. No,
we're not saying anything, Chris.
There will be a load of beer mails for everybody who was expecting a beer mail off of me. There will be a load more going out between Christmas and New Year. I've basically got a mango Hefeweizen sitting.
How much was the delivery there, Chris?
Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk. No, we don't need to. There's a chance the wife might listen. We don't need to talk about that. Okay, we do not. There's a mango Hefeweizen, mango Hefe sitting in a fermenting fridge. There's a brown ale in the kitchen. The Hokum Stomp kicked whilst I was bottling off of that today. So there's going to be another beer going in that one at some point, hopefully before Christmas. That's pretty much where I'm at with the beer mails. But as far as Christmas goes, literally nothing. Literally nothing.
Just socks.
I don't really do Christmas. I don't even do socks, mate. I buy my socks. I've got about 40 pairs upstairs. I don't know.
I'm holding in at the moment.
That's for sure.
I'm holding in. My socks are full of holes. I'm just like, please bring me socks.
Please, Santa.
4 more days, mate. 4 more days.
Please, Santa, bring me socks.
I'm at the point now where Christmas for me is all about the kids. So it's all about what I can get the kids, how good a time we can have, what I can buy for the wife, that kind of thing. I don't care. I get what I want through the year. I'm not one for waiting for, fake Christian festivals that are stolen off the pagans. I'm not going to go into that one though. Saturnalia.
Shocking.
There's a bit of a rabbit hole that we probably want to avoid there, So yeah,
we'll leave religion alone. I mean, beliefs to your own beliefs. Rock on, do your thing. And I love the fact that I get to spend time with my family. And that's the most important thing for me. And I think that should be the most important thing for everybody. But yeah, let's just leave that and have a laugh at Jamie Nelson's comment. How many of you guys said you were getting the new IPA book?
I've got it. The Scott Janish one.
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah.
I've who said?
Yeah, Jamie Nelson says that particular book has worked wonders for his insomnia.
No,
he says get the audiobook version because it will send you to sleep at night.
That book is excellent. From a geek
must be
point
narrated
of view.
by a Scotsman.
Yeah, no, I thought of all the books.
Did you narrate it?
Because I've read, the other ones, the water, the hops, the malt, and the yeast one. I've read them all, and the Scott Janish one is spot on because it gets to the point of what you really want to know. Whereas, like the yeast one and all, it just goes into super crazy technical. Whereas his is more kind of like experiment. This was the result type thing, and this is what found over time. Check the clarity in that. But
Crazy,
yeah,
isn't it?
so the Scott Janish one for what we've been brewing recently with the hazies, the juices, that's what that book's all about. It's good.
But given IPAs are now moving back more towards the West
love it.
Coast, do we need it?
Depends what you like, Chris.
Yeah, because you're talking about nipples, and nipples are about crispy, juicy beers.
Crispy nipples, everyone's
crispy nipples.
Crispy, juicy nipples.
I am resisting the urge. I told myself I would not shout the word. I'm not doing it. Let's move on.
You want to say it? Is Jamie Nelson watching live?
I think he might be because
I guess so.
Well, if he is, I just want to say thank you very much, Jamie. He very kindly posted me this beer.
Lovely.
That's a banger.
Which is the Wild Child Overindulgence Irish Cream Milkshake Stout, which I am enjoying very much right now. That is a real banger.
That's an absolute banger.
For the benefit of those who will be listening to this later, I've got John's light lager in the glass now.
Yeah, it looks good.
It's really, really very nice. Certainly beats a Bud Light for me, doesn't it?
Is it like a Bud Light?
It's a little bit better than a Bud Light.
No, it tastes of something. So it's got that going for it, hasn't it? I think you do get that slight kind of corny flavour on it, don't you? That's sort of supposed to be part of the style, isn't it? Yeah. But quite sweet, nice, almost like a sort of honey note on it, I thought.
Good.
It's good. Cheers, John.
Cool.
Very
It is a
nice.
lovely, lovely beer, that one. It is. Right, so I think me and Tricky are the ones who aren't getting anything brewing related, and y'all two are actually getting stuff that is brewing related. So yeah,
kinda
concerning. Yeah. Now let's move on to one that is bound to give. Oh, sorry, my head's just exploded. This one's going to give some fantastic conversation, I do believe, because this is the kind of thing that we tend to lose Owen down many rabbit holes.
What's that?
What was your beer of the year, either your own brewing or from another brewer or commercial?
Oh, you see,
there's a few answers there. Then
we can do all of those.
I thought it was.
Let's do them all.
Multifaceted. God, I'm gonna have to have a quick.
Should we go round each person and do what your own favourite beer was first, and then?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
You can.
Go on then, Trick. Go on, Trick.
So there was a few that were kind of on my short list for this. The Hokum Stomp had to be on the short list because it's just a banger. There's like no arguing with that. Probably one of the best, if not the best, porters or even dark beers that I've ever made, I think.
Yeah.
The other one that I really, really liked that I made this year was the West Coast IPA. I did a video on, which was like the barrel scraper, I called it, because it was basically a user upper beer. Now, normally when you do user upper beers, they're complete dog shit because you're just throwing random stuff at them. But with this one, I tried to be a little bit restrained with the recipe. So even though I was using stuff up, I tried to, just use things I thought would actually make sense in that kind of style. And that was really good. Really enjoyed that. Again, coming back to like doing a West Coast rather than a hazy, juicy Nipah. It was a nice sort of change up as well on that front. But the one that I've picked out as my sort of favorite beer that I've brewed this year was the Happy Pills, which was the one that I did pressure fermentation video on.
Remember that?
Not because it was like the most exciting beer ever, or something that was sort of screaming from the rooftops, I'm full of hops, or whatever. But when you just brew a beer and you feel like you've just sort of like nailed what you were wanting from it, or how it was going to come out, and it kind of tastes as you expect that kind of style of beer to be. And bearing in mind, it was one of the sort of first ones that I've done a warm pressure fermented lager with as well, and how well using the all-rounder fermenter to do that worked. It was just like I was really chuffed with how that whole process worked for it. The end result, got some really good feedback on it from other people as well. I think Big Banana did a review on it, and he was all over that beer. And it was just really good. And like I said, I just at the end of it was like, that's a spot on Pilsner, and just what I wanted it to taste like at the end. So for the beer that kind of matched and maybe exceeded my expectations, and would be one that I'd definitely go back to and maybe use as a starting point for other Pilsners or lagers. That was my favorite one that I made this year, I think.
Was that tricky? Was that homebrew Griffo's recipe? Because he did a Pilsner called Happy Pills.
No, I just ripped the name off, clearly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Credit.
my one had SARS and Aurora hops in it, I think. So, yeah.
Good.
I think
Sounds
we might
great.
have even got
Sounds
a bottle
great,
of that,
Tricky.
didn't I, Trick?
Say that again.
Did I get a bottle of that?
You might have. I can't remember now.
Yeah,
I
think
definitely
might
sent
have
you
done.
one of the pressure fermented lagers I did. I can't remember if it was that one or the one before, but yeah.
The only thing that I remember about the pressure fermented lager that you sent me was it did not touch the sides. It went down.
That's why I like that beer so much. Yeah.
Yeah, easy drinking.
It just went. It was lovely. It was really nice.
That's what you want.
I'll go next. My beer of the year from my own brewing has to be this year's second iteration of my Marzen. Because I made just a couple of tweaks. That was all it was. It was 3 tweaks.
Is this what we've got? Is this the one you've given us?
No. No, this is a nipple that I've sent you.
No, sorry.
I sent you a nipple.
You sent us a Marzen recipe, right? And I'm on the brink of about to brew it.
Oh yes,
this holiday.
Yes, you have got that Marzen recipe. Yes, you have got. Yes.
Do you highly recommend using Northern Brewer, or could I use Saz? I do have Northern Brewer, by the way. But
if you want to use Northern Brewer, it won't come out the same as the one that I'm talking about.
The one you sent me, I thought had Northern Brewer as the bittering.
If it's got Northern Brewer as the bittering hops, yes, then that's right. Yes, yeah. The first one that I did used Northern Brewer for both.
Yep.
The second one, the one that I'm talking about, and the one that came out, as far as I'm concerned, perfect.
Yeah.
Was the one that used Mittelfru late.
And Northern Brewer.
So I've definitely sent.
That's the one.
I've definitely sent you the right one.
I'm doing that. Yeah.
Yep.
Right, amazing.
Literally follow it. Absolutely follow it to the letter.
Right, okay.
The only tweaks that I made was I made a tweak to the fermentation temperature. So I think I fermented it at 12.5 instead of 12.
Okay.
The conditioning time I increased from 4 weeks to 6 weeks. And the hop timings, the second edition, the Mittelfru, I think I changed it from 20 minutes to 10 minutes and increased it.
Right, okay.
And it just came out. It was elixir. It was elixir to the point where that recipe's been starred, downloaded, saved, copied to a cloud, copied to every server that I've got. I've got a copy on a pen drive. I think I've even got a copy on my phone so that I never lose it.
Yeah.
Because that recipe is spot on. And the second one that I made was also the first one that I made with the craft beer pie setup. So everything was held absolutely perfect. And the recirculation of the mash really, really helps to bump the efficiency up on that brew as well, especially on my system, because the first version was brew in a bag. The second one was done with the recirculating mash on the craft beer pie, and it was just stunning. I mean, it absolutely smashable beer. Smashable.
That's what I want.
In fact, I'm going to make another. That's what I'm making next week. Screw it. That's what I'm making. I'm doing another Marzen in December. December, whatever. Let's get it done. So yeah, that's my favorite beer that I've made is my second iteration of the Marzen. Owen's got the same recipe.
I have got that recipe. Quiet. Sorry, no, I had my microphone volume turned down. I was getting some background noise from a fan I had on. So sorry, Tricky, for future editing. I apologise to future Tricky for editing issues. Yes, I've got that recipe, and I'm also planning on brewing that sometime in the new year. Not to spoil the next question.
Can I blow your mind with something that you're not going to actually realise that you do every time you speak? When you speak, you are already speaking to future Tricky. Whoa. Because time is linear.
Inception.
And there is time between you speaking and him hearing.
Time doesn't
Everything
really
that
exist.
You do happened in the past.
Stop it, Chris. You'll blow his tiny mind.
Everything that you know. Everything happened in the past. Oh, and another thing. From the time it takes for me to go from here to here, we've travelled about 170,000 miles. I'd just like to say that. And the Earth and the universe is currently swinging through the universe, and space is expanding. So yeah, there you go. Mind blown.
There you go.
Good. There's
Where were we?
End of the physics
lesson.
lesson.
I'm a fucking alien.
Right.
Oh, just looking at me like I'm an alien now. Cool. Marzen.
It sounds good, Chris. I'd like to brew it. I might brew it. I probably will brew it.
I've already it's stacked in and it's going. And
is it?
Whenever, so I've got the yeast. The yeast's in the house. It's been on the starter. So I've got that.
He's locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
I'm just whenever I have free time, I could either do it maybe tomorrow morning, or if I'm too hungover, then I'll do it on Monday.
You're definitely going to be too hungover.
Definitely going to be too hungover. Normally I prep the night before and everything's in. I've not prepped, so
why don't you just do the brew now?
Because no, it's too much.
It's craft beer pie. You don't have to do anything.
I know. You seeing the live brew days, everyone's like, Andy, how come you've got your feet up, just chilling, chatting to everyone? There's craft beer pie, you know. You just need to go and have a wee swatch and make sure it's okay, and then get back to
Andy, don't pretend it's not even you on the Zoom chat. You've set up like a brew pie robot that looks like you to just, you're off.
It's still wearing the Honda racing top though, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
You're still in bed with your silk sheets.
That's it. Tending to the missus. She keeping her happy. So actually, it's the sex robot that's up there, and I'm down here enjoying myself.
That's the easier way round, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh mate, come on then, Owen. What's your favourite beer that you've brewed?
Again? Oh, my favourite blah 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 blah. I'm torn because there are a few.
Nothing's right, I'm torn.
I think
You're a lot of shit.
Stop it.
The Shadow of the Beast recipe, which was a clone, which is Elusive Brewing's recipe that they released during Lockdown 1. That was a very fine beer. And in fact, I've recently rebrewed it, just with a slightly different dry hop. I think I used a Zaka and Mosaic instead of Citra Mosaic, which might have been a mistake, but win or learn, as Chris likes to say.
Yeah, experiment.
Or
I never say that. I say win or lose.
Win or lose. I don't know whether I'm going to win or lose. I haven't even really. I've literally been trying it this evening, but I was trying to get it out the keg. This is the first try I've had of it. First taste I've had. I was trying to get it out the keg with like one of those like super short, a tiny little bit of tubing with a tiny picnic tap.
What?
And all I got was foam, and it's completely
Yeah.
flat. So it was a bad move on my part. But it's not in the kegerator yet. It's not in the
Right.
Keezer yet. Anyway, where was I going? Other beers that I brewed that it's a hard decision. The coconut shy IPA recipe, which is obviously homebrew Tom's recipe, but I stole J-Mac's version of Brewfather, and that's an absolute banger. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I guess the last one would be my passion fruit Berliner Weiss, which was the passion fruit sour. And that was my first kettle sour I'd done. And yeah, that was a real peach.
That was an absolute banger. That was amazing.
I did enjoy that. That was good.
Are we have I got like a minute to just get another beer out? Because I want to give props to some of the people who sent me beers on this podcast. So I'm just going to mute myself. You guys just, talk amongst yourselves for a minute. And maybe Tricky can start out with his favorite beer that he's had from another brewer. How about that?
Oh, you
Can I
teed me up
do my
with the
favourite
hardest
beer? No?
question.
Is it
Oh,
am I
you
just
can
getting
go.
off?
Yeah, you go, Andy.
Have you tried to skip his favourite beer that he's brewed?
Yeah, that I brewed.
How
have I
very
missed that?
dare
I'm sorry.
you.
I'm
How
sorry,
dare
Andy.
you.
dare you?
I'm
Rude.
sorry.
So
It's because I thought I was talking to a sex robot. That's what it was. Just give me a
He
minute.
wouldn't need the wank sock if he was a sex robot, would he? Come on,
Go
think
on,
about it.
mute yourself, Chris. Off you go. You got time out.
So the starting off of my favourites would be, I did a couple of blondes with Galaxy and Sabro, which was just super crushable. I sent you the kind of second iteration. I think you got it, and so did Chris. Yeah, and I quite liked them because they were just so easy drinking. Low, there wasn't that much hopping to it because it was a kind of it was like the vacant, but it was just so much kind of flavour to them that. And they were low ABV, super crushables. So I liked them. But my absolute favourite, was the nipple I did off the back of Chris' recommendation. And it was a Citra Amarillo, and it was just dynamite because the thing with the nipples is it's just get that kind of crispiness that just makes you want to go back for more and more. And it's just that juice, the citrus juice sort of thing, tangerine that went with it. It was just, yes. So that I would say that was definitely my favourite. The other thing I've got with the beer engine, I've got a favourite on the beer engine, which it's on tap right now, and it was a hobnobbler that I did. And I'm sure I was chatting to you guys about it, about how do I get a bit of raisin into it, and you guys were like, special B. Oh, it is dynamite how good it is, because it's just.
I presume that was a hobgoblin based recipe,
It
was it?
started off as a hobgoblin, and then it kind of just morphed into something completely different.
Yeah.
The kind of base started off, and then I was chatting to the boys about I wanted a bit more kind of, get more of that kind of raisin thing in the end.
What's it called? The knob gobbler?
Hobnobbler. Hobnobbler.
That's what I called my clone version of hobgoblin, the knob gobbler.
Shall I get my
I thought it was
brew
the
book out?
obvious choice.
It was Golden Promise Crystal Carapils, chocolate malt, honey malt, special B. So the chocolate malt 70 grams, honey malt 50, and 50 on special B. Carapils 100, 180 Crystal, and 4 kilos of Golden Promise. And it was Cascade that was a bittering, and then a kind of 30-minute edition of Cascade, and then Brambling Cross 50 grams flame out of like a kind of Whirlpool Brambling, which just gave it that super. It gives it that kind of berries, sort of dark fruit sort of thing going on, and then add to that sort of raisin thing with the dark. Oh, and then on the beer engine, it's just so crushable. Really, really, really good.
Oh, Tricky was talking about that iTap thing. I've got half an eye on the old beer engine.
Oh,
I'm tempted.
Yeah, that's going to be one that's going to be on the list when I get to the new house, because I haven't got anywhere to set it up now. But once I'm in the new place,
you're well in the new place.
it's going to happen. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I just want to interrupt. I realise that you guys are having a nice conversation about things that I don't care about. But I've got a beer from Alan Wescombe.
Yep.
And I don't know what he does in his spare time, but I bet it's used a pair of those grips to increase his forearm strength. Because I've just literally had to get mole grips to undo the goddamn bottle. All right.
Is he like
He's built like
challenging
fucking Garth.
He's challenging Timmy Jenkins for
I could get Timmy's open. This one I couldn't.
That's shocking.
I ain't small, all right. I'm not lacking for strength in the forearm.
Try
I
a
wank
blowtorch
more
maybe.
than most people.
Blowtorch that plastic lid. Maybe that'll help it.
Fucking god damn it. Anyway, I'm currently having a bottle of Allen's Florida Vice, a clone of the beer that I did, the sour. This smells very sour.
Tricky. What one of yours
Wow.
should I open up next?
It's Chris's turn to corner.
What did I send you again?
What did you send? Sunset Ale, the Holcomb Stomp, and something else. I think, is it a Dunkel?
Oh, it might be the Dunkelweiss.
What one?
The Uncle Fester. The Dunkel Fester.
Have the Dunkel Fester because nobody else has tried that yet. I don't
Right,
don't
okay,
think,
right,
so
okay, that'll go. Right,
you can
cool.
tell me if it's totally shit, and I won't have anything else.
But I think just go back to your Andy, your what was it called? Sunset
Yeah.
Sex or something. I can't remember what it was called, but that was a real beauty. That vacant gesture with Sabro and Galaxy, I think it was. Or,
Yeah,
that was a real beaut.
yeah, it was so easy drinking and just
Chris, you're a
good
pussy.
juicy tropical thing. Dunkel Fester, 4.5%.
Totally shamed.
Just came off in my hands like butter. That did.
There we go.
You must have done mine first. But used up all his arm strength doing mine up, so yours
That must be the explanation. Yeah.
yours didn't get the full tweak. Literally, I had to
Not your
mole
puny
grips
arms.
out. I had to get mole grips out.
Oh, it's
Oh yeah, nice. Is
Beautiful
that like
colour.
a fruited? Is it a fruited sour?
yeah.
Yeah, it's a raspberry
raspberry.
Berliner Weiss.
Oh, nice. Because
It's-
there is like an actual style called Florida Vice now, right? Or how is it different to a Berliner Weiss? Is it literally just made in Florida?
Well, this isn't sour.
Oh, you said it smelled sour.
It smelled sour. It doesn't taste sour.
There we go. That's
It tastes bloody lovely. Is what it tastes like.
It's very nice, but yeah, it's not. It's not
But
sour.
this is still quite. Is it meant to be quite still hazy?
Yeah.
Right, okay, cool. So amberish.
Yeah, so the Florida Vice is an American iteration of the classic European Berliner Weiss.
These are the BJCP guidelines.
No, it was just an article I found. But fast forward to 2009, Peg's Cantina in Gulfport, Florida, introduced now what they call the Florida Vice, which they're just adding amazing Florida fruits. So it's a Berliner Weiss with some fruits from Florida.
It's really nice.
I
It's a
really
pretty-
know
Really, really nice.
a pretty
nothing
niche
much
style.
at all about making Berliner Weisses.
That
But he's used White Lab's Berliner Weiss blend for this. But yeah, it doesn't seem to have produced much in the way of the actual lactic sourness at all, really.
no, I wonder if
I ain't complaining.
so
I ain't complaining.
Thornbridge.
No, I mean it's
apparently did a
thoroughly
Florida Weiss.
smashable and really nice.
This is good. Tricky.
That's not going to last long. That.
This is
What do you
it's
reckon?
like caramel banana.
Yeah, banoffee pie I got.
Banoffee,
from
yeah.
that one, yeah.
Yeah. That is definite. Oh, yeah, really good. It's kind of, just
Take
kind
the
of.
sock off the microphone, Andy,
Why?
because you're going to need it.
It's not that good.
It's okay. Yeah, it's not like it's the best beer I've ever had in my life, but it's really nice. Like as a kind of classic type beer. It's interesting. It's because it's not like normally you're used to wheat beers, but having that kind of caramel backbone to it is nice. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's the first one of that style that I've ever done, so I was pretty chuffed with it for a first attempt.
Tricky. Can you do me a
Um,
favor and write down
That's nice.
46 minutes and 59 seconds? Because my computer just freaked out. And for some reason, it just decided to stop recording on Audacity.
Oh no.
Yeah, I've got that down.
Devo. Yeah.
Don't worry.
I'm going to be well out of sync for about 30 seconds.
Thanks again for that little editing opportunity there.
Are we just better off all
Yes.
stopping recording and
Nah.
resyncing?
Tricky's a master. He'll sort
Nah, it'll
it.
be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, that's right. I think as long as he knows where it is, and it was around that time. It's about 46 minutes.
Yeah,
something.
everyone clap now.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
There we go.
Wow.
Well, that was sort of help. Future
let's
self,
move on.
there's a 1 second delay between the claps.
You're already talking to your future self.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Can I just have a? Is Hughes Brews? Is that
That's
Graham
Graham.
Hughes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Graham, is it? Okay, Graham. He wants to know my thoughts on Alan's Vice beer. It's Florida Vice rather. It's not exactly a Florida Vice. There's very little sourness. What sourness I'm getting, I think is coming from the frozen raspberries. But the actual flavor, I really, really like it. It's massively smashable. It's really, really refreshing. I mean, this with a summer barbecue, oh my God, I'd do some serious damage to a keg of this with a barbie.
Mm.
In
What's
fact,
good about this?
I might
is,
brew one of
like,
these.
Whenever I've put raspberries into a beer before, it's always been really tart just from the raspberries themselves, let alone like any sourness that you add into it. But this is like sweet raspberry flavor, isn't it? Rather than really dry kind of tart raspberry flavor. So again, I don't know how he sort of managed that when it was intended to be.
Well, it's just frozen raspberries.
A
That's
sour
all it
beer,
says.
but-
It just says frozen raspberries.
Yeah, that normally
Yeah.
makes it quite tart when you add raspberries to your beers. Yeah,
You
definitely.
get quite
It
a
is
lot
beautiful.
of acidity just from
Really
the fruit,
nice.
don't you? But
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the chocolate that is put in it may have offset that slightly with the residual sweetness. But that is a very, very smashable beer. That one is, Alan. Well done. And Graham, fear not, you can drink it. It's beautiful. So Andy's favourite beer was a recipe that I gave him. Who'd have thunk it?
What was
Now
this?
then,
Oh yeah, the nipple. Yeah,
the nipple. You're
The
all
nipple.
about the nipples, though, aren't
the
you?
nipple's good.
You're all about the crispies.
There's got to be another nipple.
So are we on to the
Yeah, what-
best beer from another brewer now, or
I think we
Yeah.
are.
yeah?
And I think I'm going to shock a lot of people with what I say. Probably not, really, to be fair. Because I'm going to turn around and say it was Owen. It
Good
was the
God.
passion fruit sour.
Boom.
I mean,
A sour as well.
this from me.
Jesus.
I know. This from me for the first, probably 5 episodes of the podcast, whatever it was. Absolutely slating on sours. And then I tried the
Yeah.
Florida Vice, and I'm like, this ain't too bad. And then Owen sends me this revelation, this angel from up high, this glorious carol of a beer that landed in my arms, and I felt the need to go live and tell the world just how goddamn good it was. And it was, I mean, I don't say this lightly, and I'm not just saying this because you're on the podcast, Owen, okay? That beer literally changed my outlook on brewing.
Wow.
It did.
Wow,
It
game changer.
absolutely opened up another avenue of brewing for me, given this the sour batch kids, the sour pitch that you can do now.
Yeah.
So I don't have to worry about, leaving it for 3 days and all the other bullshit. That to me was it was one of those moments. It was like, I can make this. I know where he got the puree from. I know how he did it. He sent me the recipe. I've had detailed verbal and oral notes on how to do it. I can make one of these.
Yeah,
And this is an absolute banger. So, Owen, thank you. It's all on you. It's all
It's
on you, buddy. I love you, man.
Absolutely
I
my
love
pleasure,
you.
sir. And
That's
I
good.
think it was a little bit of luck, probably more luck than judgment. That one.
Well, whatever you did, do it again.
That might be the problem.
Mango. Well, I don't want problems. I want solutions.
All right, I'll do my best.
It was really nice. That literally was by far and away the best beer I've. And that's not to say I've not had some other utter brilliant ones, like the blonde that I got from Andy was an absolute cracker. The strawberry wheat beer that I got from Derek Hodge, right up there as well. Obviously, you know, JP's American Light Lager. Tricky sent me a lot of beers. I can't remember, but I do remember a Pilsner that I had from him that literally, and I don't neck beers as a general, not since I stopped playing rugby, okay? I don't neck beers, but I know for a fact that the beer that I got off Tricky, the Pilsner that I got off Tricky, went down in 4 gobfuls. It just went. It did. It was a stunner. Tricky's
Nice.
frozen.
Is he? He is
Has
frozen.
he disconnected?
Oh, there he is. He's back.
Oh, I'm back.
He's back.
I think my internet
back.
just dropped out for a second there.
More bandwidth. More bandwidth. Yeah, no, I've had some truly amazing beers, and I'm thankful for everybody that sends me beers, given my ineptitude on sending them back. But yeah, I've had some absolute crackers, but the one standout was the passion fruit sour from Owen.
Boom.
Truly, absolutely changed my outlook on brewing.
Nice.
There we go. I need to borrow your wank sock.
It was that good.
You can have the white one. It's no.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Who's next?
I'll go because I haven't up until I would say 3 weeks ago, I probably hadn't actually got that much beer mail. But however, the last 3 weeks, I think I've received more beer mail than I've ever received, and I'd go as far as to say I may not need to brew for a while. I think I've had beer mail from almost all of you. I think Chris, your beer mail's arriving tomorrow.
It will be.
I've
there
had beer
tomorrow.
mail from Derek Hodge, Jamie Nelson, Alan. Got loads of people. But I would probably say my favourite of what someone else has brewed was the New England IPA from Timmy that we had on the New England IPA podcast that we did.
Was that the Nelson and Citra one?
Nelson and Citra one, which was absolutely beautiful.
That was a stunner.
The heaviest beer known to man.
It was, but it was thick and juicy and clean, and just so Moorish.
Yeah, it was like orange juice. Was the Citra thing was definitely singing with that orange juice sort of citrus on it. And it was so thick.
It was a pint of pineapple juice. It was more decadent than your purple and gold wank sock.
Well, that's
next level.
That is next level.
That is a decadent adornment, is that?
So that's me.
Brilliant.
Andy, what about you?
So I would say probably one of the favourite one this year was the Hughes Brews mango wheat that he sent me. So Graham Hughes sent me his mango wheat. It was dynamite. It was just like just from the fruit and stuff. And we'd been doing a few wheat beers at the time, so it was like the raspberry. Both of us had done the raspberry wheats, and then he did a split batch of raspberry and then mango as well. And the mango one, man, just so good. It was because I did the raspberry one first when I reviewed, and then went to that, and it was just like, oh wow, how good is this? So I wouldn't mind actually doing like a mango beer at some point in the future. But yeah, that was definitely my favourite. Notable mentions, I think, would be the Big Banana sent us his peated smoked. It was like a kind of stouty imperial thing.
It was a porter, wasn't it? It was the Islay Porter.
Yeah. Oh, that was just right up my street. Just being a kind of whiskey drinker and liking the Islay whiskies, It was just so beautiful. And he was like, "Oh, big warning, it's really peaty." Now, when I was drinking, I was like, "Oh, I could go some more peat actually with this thing." It was just, wow, so good.
Just go and drink it in a bog.
Yeah. And then the other one, like you say, Owen, was Timmy Sneeper. Was just, yeah, it was pretty damn special as well. So that would be mine.
Tricky.
Cool. Well, yeah, I really struggled with this one, to be honest, mainly because my memory's fucking shit. And with the sleep
deprivation will do that to you. Yeah.
Currently, I'm pretty much at kind of geriatric goldfish level as far as memory retention goes. So I literally had to go back to my like Facebook feed and go back through all the posts with beer mail mentioned just to check what I'd actually got this year. Because I'm not actually organized enough to write it down anywhere, which I'm going to start doing now because it probably helps in order to actually remember who you need to send beer mail back to, but also what you've been sent for stuff like this. But anyway, so yeah, because I went through the whole list, I've got quite a few honorable mentions. Matthew Calaby's apricot wheat beer had to be on the list as a one of them.
That's on there as a beer that I wanted to drink but never actually got. I've got the recipe for it, and I've got, I think, 2 pouches of the.
Oh, I thought he sent you it, but
he never sent it to me.
Oh, okay.
I've got the recipe, and I've got 2 pouches of the apricot puree in the kitchen. I just need to make it.
There you
go. Brew it for the summer, because he sent it to me as a barbecue beer, and I had it with a barbecue, and it was.
Every day is barbecue day, man. I live in Yorkshire. The weather's perfect.
Yeah, I suppose you don't really. If you wait for the summer, you'll be dead before you make the beer, won't you? So,
absolutely.
Anyway, so yeah, that one that he sent me also sent me a Tonka Bean Impy that was pretty spectacular as well. I had a brown ale with Citra hops in it from John Anderson that I was convinced was going to be terrible because I just couldn't imagine the Citra hops in a brown ale working, but it was really good. So that one just like for surprise value and the fact that it just really worked was awesome. Alan Wescombe's Milk Coffee Mild. I think you had that one, didn't you, Chris?
That was good. That was really a good beer. Again, that one didn't touch the sides either.
Pretty much everything that Timmy sent me, and I kind of knew that one of you was probably going to pick Timmy's beer as your favourite, so I thought I would sort of, although he pretty much could win it with almost any of his beers that he sends, I thought I'd put him to the side for this one anyway. Chili coconut porter from Steve Young, that was awesome.
Ooh.
And one that really, really surprised me because it was actually a kit beer was the raspberry Berliner that I got from Big Banana, because he did the Mangrove Jacks Berliner kit and added raspberries to it, and it was amazing. Like really,
he sent
really
me
good.
one last Christmas. I'm sure it was like a bourbon one.
Yeah,
and it was a Mangrove Jacks, and it was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, think I got one of those, and that was
really good. Like challenged my kind of preconceptions about kit beers, because everyone sort of moves on from them to all grain and goes, oh, I wouldn't go back now, blah blah blah. But that's like the first kit beer that I've had since where I've gone, actually, if I can make that in like half an hour, then 100% I would do that rather than going through the rigmarole of trying to, do it all from scratch, and especially for a sour beer as well, because you've got that whole, like all the other processes that you've got to consider in terms of the souring and everything.
But kits have definitely come on from what they were.
Yeah, the Mangrove Jacks ones, obviously.
Especially if you get them fresh as well. And from a reputable supplier.
Yeah.
And they're bound to be pretty fresh and pretty decent, right?
So I was almost there sort of going, I'm going to go for that one. But then I remembered I got this very heavy on the oats hazy IPA from Jonathan McLinden. These oats don't lie, I think he called it, or something like that. And especially considering the amount of oats in it and the fact that it turned up and was still bright orange purple and beautiful and hadn't turned purple. Like for that almost alone, it was like, that's worthy of some kudos.
Yeah,
but it was a really awesome tasting beer as well. And a really, really nicely done beer. And the one that sort of stuck out, I think, from all the others, just because it was a little bit different as well. I think he put a crazy amount of oats in it, and it really worked. So really thick. That was literally like almost up the ante on Timmy for thickness of beer, because it was like, you know, sort of porridge level of oats in the grist for that, I think.
It's
So,
just alcoholic porridge.
yeah,
Just to
basically.
just to
Go
give
on,
a
Chris.
shout out to some homebrewers who are properly knocking it out of the park. I have heard many people talk about J Max beers, and I've never had one single person say anything negative about his beers. So he's clearly doing something right on that grainfather that he's got. And I know what he does for a living, and I know he doesn't get mega amounts of time to brew, but when he does, he's definitely making use of his time in an appropriate manner based on what I've heard people say about his beers. So good on you, J-Mac. Good on you.
Nice.
So we on to.
just leaving that one flat.
Yeah,
That's
just
it.
leave it.
I mean, I agree.
Is that everybody?
I've not
has
tried many of his beers, but I've certainly brewed. So, as I said, some of the recipes that he put on Brewfather. He's quite prolific with updating his recipes, and I think you know, and I've brewed a few, and they're on point.
Nice.
I've got one of his. Just let me log in because the name of it alone is well worth a chuckle. It is called Control Alt Delete Hefeweizen.
Oh, brilliant.
Nicely done.
Control Alt Delete. I'm going to give that one a definite shot, because that one just sounds like it's right up my street, really, to be fair. Yeah.
You know what? I'm not going to.
I'll send you 5 bottles when I make my next wheat, okay? I mean, just so you can have a wheat beer without it tasting of clove.
Cheers, bud. I need a benchmark.
On the subject of good beer names, Brett Harmon commented on the Facebook thread. Best beer male names has to go to Graham Hughes for Going Stout, and Tis the Saison to be Jolly. Which I think might have been his Secret Santa beers that he sent to him. But yeah, going stout. I think that's a cracker.
That's a good one. That is a good one. So now is the time for us to talk about our favorite commercial beers, and I think I'm gonna get a bit of shit because mine's basically a joint win. I'm going to get some grief off of Mr. Lynch for one of the beers that I'm going to say, which is the beer that I gave him a massive amount of shit on one of the live brew days about, which was the Omnipollo one.
Yep.
What was it called? Because I've forgotten.
It's a milkshake. It's the... What is it? It's a milkshake, basically, that they do.
It's a milkshake IPA, but it is absolutely fantastic.
I remember there was a live brew day we were doing,
can.
and you were doing your live from Morrison's, and you were like, guys, what beer should I get? And it was like, I was like, oh, get that one. That one's a great one. My mate Dell just screams about it all the time. He loves it. That's what he drinks all the time. So you got it, and then we get back in, and then you start drinking, you're like, fuck's sake, this is a milkshake thing, lactose. You were like... And Tricky was like, yeah, he told you that at the time that it was a milkshake. And you were like, what? I hate this. I remember.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice beer, actually, weirdly enough. But the other one has to go to the Arbor beer. And I'm desperately looking around the room to find the can, because I've drunk a lot of Arbor beers lately.
Was it the Amber?
It is, and I can see the can. Give me a sec.
It's You Say I'm a Dreamer or something. Is that it?
I think it was the bit where he gets to sing. Go on, Chris.
I think it's You Say I'm a Dreamer.
You may say that I'm a dreamer. Absolutely fantastic. My God, I bought 12 cans of that. They're all in the fridge. Literally, without doubt, the best beer I have had this year.
It was good.
Anyway.
I had one of them, and it was excellent.
I had one of them, but I think I was so pissed by the time I drank it that I didn't really have time to figure out whether it was any good or not. Or not at the time, but the
it
taste.
Was well worth getting in trouble with the missus buying another 12. It really was. Brilliant beer. To be fair, I've only had one from Arbor that I haven't been that impressed with. I'm not even going to name it because I think it was an aberration. But yeah,
Ooh, that bad.
commercial beers wise, it was one of those beers. It didn't quite taste right. It was far too bitter. I think it was Shambhala.
Really?
Yeah,
I thought
it was.
if that's the one I'm thinking about, I thought that one was fucking awesome. That was like the American
a bit
IPA
too bitter
they
for
did,
my
wasn't
palate,
it?
mate.
Oh, your soft northern palate was offended by it, was it?
Don't give me soft northern palate, or I'll choke you out.
It's a little like his. It's a little like his palms and his forearms.
Yeah, like his bottle opening skills.
Yeah.
Bit limp wristed.
Two people to choke out now. Yeah. So no. You May Say I'm a Dreamer and the Omnipolo one. Just go back through the episodes for the commercial breaks, and you will find out what that beer was called. But that was fantastic, really, really nice. An honourable mention to literally everything that Kia at Wild Child has made, because I've not had a bad one yet. So yeah, I'm not gonna carry on pounding the Wild Child dead horse. Let's just move on.
Don't
from
worry,
that one.
we'll join in.
Yeah. No, I saw he won some awards at the World Beer Awards.
Yeah, a couple.
I don't think that's actually what it's called, but
Yeah.
Specifically for that beer,
Brownie
Brownie
Huntress.
Huntress,
Yeah.
Brownie Huntress, and for the Beastmaster Stout, he won awards for that one as well.
Oh,
So, Tricky's gone.
Oh,
geez, That's
Oh my
shocking.
God, Tricky has gone. You're the host now, so make sure you listen out for when he goes ding and needs to get back in.
who's
Oh,
Oh
hosting?
no, technical difficulties.
Andy's in charge
Technical
now.
difficulties on the Hop Edition.
dear.
He is.
Oh, there he is.
He's back.
There we
He's
go.
back.
Fuck's sake.
Back in the
What
hood.
happened?
I don't know. Just internet just fucking going a bit skits tonight.
Oh, I hate that.
Awesome.
It's probably
We couldn't
like
have picked
tier
a better
3.
night.
Everyone's at
Yeah.
home.
That's it.
We couldn't have picked a better night to do an episode where we're all going to be pissed and not know what to do, eh?
Yeah, it was world's best flavored chocolate and coffee beer.
Oh, mate.
Wild
It's a good
Child Brownie Huntress.
Can I join on the Wild Child crew as well and say
on.
that one of my favourites was the American Psycho, which is the West
the
Coast
West Coast.
Coast IPA. But I think the winner for me this year was the coconut pale ale that Harry did, is the 4 for can sort of thing. I just the coconut levels in that was just pretty spot on, banging sort of creaminess. Yeah, I thought that was probably one of my favourites this year. I was kind of surprised at how good it was compared to what I've tried in the past with my coconut beers, and I just thought his was spot on.
Was that the coconut IPA?
Yeah, it's a coconut IPA. I think in one of the videos I was watching, he did say tweaked the original recipe for this 4 for can thing, but I'm sure he's rebranded it and just called it the coconut IPA now when you look at the cans. So yeah, it was pretty damn good, I must say. But yeah, as you say, Wild Child, everything that came out of Wild Child, Chris told me to go and buy their beers. I don't think there was a bad beer in it, to be fair. Like,
He's pretty good at what he does. He is. He's shut down for the next 2 weeks, so don't put an order in.
yeah.
He's decided he's having some downtime. I went down to see him during my lunch break about a week ago, and he's shut now, so he's done for 2 weeks.
He's got his feet up now. But
Well,
only
hopefully.
one more.
I've
I've got one more special mention, and that was the Air Brewing Co. one, and it was Jolly Beggars, which was the best bitter. I just can't get over that.
Yes,
good
I
it
will.
is.
I will second that because I had 4 cans and that was a banger.
Yeah. Jolly Beggars, brilliant.
Yes.
It-
Who hasn't done their commercials then?
Me, because I think I disappeared into the ether for a bit.
Who I also have.
You did.
And Owen,
yeah,
yeah.
just us two.
Go on then, crack on, boys.
Go on, Tricky.
All right, then I'll go. Yeah, I was tempted to go with the CBS that I drank on the last pod, but
Oh,
then I kind of thought if you're gonna pick like impy stouts that have been aged for 2 years. It's not really fair on, beers that you've actually, have been made in that year sort of thing. Do you know what I mean?
You've got to give it an honourable mention, though.
Yeah, it's definitely an honourable mention, but you're always going to win with an aged sort of impy that's been hanging around for a few years if you're going into that sort of territory, I think. But so other than that, I've been buying a lot of beers direct from breweries this year with the lockdown and everything like that. So one of the places that I've been buying loads of beer from is Track Brewery, and they're kind of an honourable mention as well, because there were several of their beers that I would have potentially put in as the winner for this, because they're just all really, really good standard. I'd put them up there with your sort of Verdants and your Dayers as one of the really, really top level sort of UK breweries at the moment, in terms of consistency and delivering on those big sort of juicy IPAs and whatever, and a few other styles as well. To be fair, they're really good at. But the one that sort of pipped Track to the post was a Verdant beer. It was a Citra double IPA called Fruit Car Sight Expedition. Again, another of their slightly off the wall names there that has no real reference to the beer whatsoever. But it was just like, I'm pretty sure it's a 100% Citra double IPA, and it's like, Citra's one of those hops where normally I would have thought, Citra's great, but I always prefer it when it's paired up with something rather than kind of just flying solo. But this beer, I don't know how they did it, but they sort of brought stuff out from Citra hops in this beer that I've never kind of tasted before. Probably a lot to do with the house yeast, which you can now get as well. But it was like, I think I posted it up on BrewTube actually when I drank the beer, and it was like there was like lemon sherbet flavors coming out of it, the fruity tropical stuff. Just just one of the best like big sort of hazy IPAs I've ever had, and I would 100% buy that again if it comes out. So that was my commercial beer of the year out of quite a few stiff competitors, certainly from Track Brewing and a few others. And I was going to give an honourable mention to the beer that Chris really disliked from Arbor as well, because I thought Shambhala was one of the best ones out of that 12 pack that I got from them. But like we always say, we've all got different palates. So I really liked the big dank bitter kind of resiny kind of IPA taste on that one, because I think again it's always, I seem to be coming back to this, like it was a bit more kind of old school American IPA kind of flavour in that. I think there was a lot of Columbus and stuff like that. You can
start wearing flares soon then, Tricky.
Well, I don't think that those IPAs are quite that dated that you would want to be wearing flares with them, but
maybe a shell suit.
Yeah, maybe shell suit would be more appropriate. Yeah,
I think Tricky, there's a lot of people that would agree with you on the Verdant beer.
Yeah.
I think it sells out so fast, that beer, whenever they brew it.
Yeah.
So I've not had it myself, but it's a banger.
There was that one, and there's another one called One More PSI.
Oh,
which is like I think
that's
still
still my thunder
at the same time, and they're oh, sorry, I won't say anything else about that one then.
Edit out. Edit.
There's another beer that I've forgotten the name of from Verdant that was really good. Anyway, over to you, Owen.
It's funny you should say that, actually, Tricky, because one of my honourable mentions is
segue.
is a Verdant double IPA that is all mosaic. It's called maybe One More PSI. And I ordered a few of these, a few of them directly from Verdant, and it's a case of it's arriving. It only got canned 3 or 4 days before it arrived through the door, and as soon as it's chilled, I had one, and it was like actually drinking orange juice. And I know that sounds really ridiculous. It's like, well, why not just have a glass of orange juice? But it was just even more.
Don't get pissed on OJ, boys.
But it was even more
if you leave it in the
orange
fridge for long enough, you can. But it's not very nice.
Thicker than orange juice. It was just amazing. It just totally blew my mind. that you could get those flavors, much like Tricky talking about the all
Yeah.
Citra one. This was just the all Mosaic one,
That's
which
mad.
is amazing. And I think, not to sort of just want to sound like Tricky, but I had a track beer recently, which was the track collab with Basque Land, which I think is a Spanish brewery. I could be wrong on that. And it was a triple IPA. It was called Remote Play. And
You don't do small beers, do you, Owen?
I don't
No.
tend to do small beers. I do like my my big beers, especially big hazy IPAs. And I've this is the first triple IPA I've ever had, and it didn't fail to impress. It was really beautiful. I mean, it was everything you would expect from a triple IPA. It was massive body, but it didn't have that kind of too much of that marmalade-y kind of sort of sweetness that sometimes you get from really, really big IPAs. But it was beautiful in terms of just the hop, the massive hop flavor from the beer. So that was an awesome one. And in fact, I only drank that last week. But my overall favorite is gotta be a beer that I drank fairly recently that just really, really blew my mind. Was Brew York. It was their first of their barrel aged beers from their barrel aging program, and it was State of Mind, which was a barrel aged cherry toncoco. So it's cherry, coconut, cacao, tonka, and vanilla milk stout at 9.5%. Barrel aged for 12 months in, I think it was old wine barrels, I think. And this thing was French Burgundy barrels, and it was off the hook. If you've not, have you guys had toncoco from Brew York?
Not yet,
Nope.
but
No,
it's
no,
in
no.
the shopping basket now.
Nice. It's toncoco, I think, is one of their core range, and it's the Tonka milk stout, and I think it probably comes in sort of 5-6%. So this was just a souped up version of that, and the cherry just was like interwoven into it beautifully. It kind of gave you just enough of that kind of slightly sour thing going on from the cherry.
See what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? Owen, when he talks about beers, just makes me horny. He does.
We need
Chris
the
is getting
background music.
moist.
It was
Wow, wacka,
just,
wow, wow.
it was thick, velvety,
Wow.
unctuous, decadent,
Keep
beautifully
going, Owen.
just
I'm so
coated the
close.
mouth.
Keep going. Keep going.
It had a little zing from the cherry. It had a beautiful like wave of vanilla. It was probably the first beer I've had with tonka bean. I've never had a beer with tonka bean in it, and it adds this amazing dimension of flavor that I've not noticed before in a beer. And then it finished out with this like lovely, just singing flavor of coconut.
Oft.
And it just hung around
It's creamy.
like I don't know, like something nice.
Yeah, it's just got
I'm
that
just trying to find my
lasting
baby
taste.
wipes. Give me a minute.
And
Clean
that
up
was,
time.
for me, beer of the year.
Squirting the lotion into his hand.
And the fact the can was 440 mils and it was 4.2 UK units was.
Oh, wow.
I can't imagine what the triple IPA was. Christ, probably like 5 units.
Well, the only thing that we're interested in on this podcast is how many pants was it?
How many pants? I'll check.
Is that a 2?
No, it doesn't say. No pants. No pants.
No pants and no pant
No
beer.
pants.
Damn.
Yeah,
Pants were down.
I have
the pants were down on
I
this
have
one.
to say,
Give me the
I have to
sock.
say after everything that we've talked about, after everything that we've done, and we've all tried to be as enthusiastic as possible about our beers, and Owen just blew us all away. Outstanding, mate. I think there have been some truly amazing beers come out this year, and I firmly believe part of it has been to do with lockdown, with breweries having extra time to come up with these recipes.
Yeah.
And maybe not the barrel-aged one that Owen had, but certainly for other breweries, they've actually had the time where they've not been produce. They've had time to really refine a recipe.
But the other thing, Chris, is it's went small pack as well, because they haven't been able to rely on just putting stuff in cask or keg and putting it to the pub. What's happening, a lot of it's now going in small pack, and then us as trying to support being home brewers that are right into our beers, we can now start picking some of these crazy beers across the UK. We're getting access to it and getting it shipped to the house, you know? So, yeah, game
how
changer.
Many breweries these days, how many breweries since lockdown has started have suddenly popped up with a web shop?
Yeah.
Pretty much all of them.
Because
all of them, yeah. Unless you to survive, they've had to. But it's been brilliant because they've had.
The better part about it is, go on.
Well, I was just saying, like, just Harry, like, none of us really got to, unless you'd been down to the Retford, then you wouldn't have tried the beers. But with Harry now doing his small pack stuff, like being able to have a go at that. I know, was it the Nipas weren't well received, but a lot of the stuff he's been putting in can, I don't know, I've really, really enjoyed a lot of the beers, and it's been nice to be able to actually taste the beers that you see getting brewed all the time and on that kind of journey.
Yeah,
so,
especially as we weren't able to do the Retford trip this year.
Yeah, because that was the summer. Yeah,
I was down to go to that in June, and obviously it didn't happen, and then it was just like watching the canning line going up over the videos. And it was just like, yes,
finally,
go on.
Yeah,
we're going to be able to buy these beers soon. And then they were online, and it's been great being able to actually buy them.
Yeah, exactly.
From the perspective of being able to support him directly as well by buying his actual beer rather than just watching the videos. This is the
thing about the lockdown that I think this is the thing that's kind of set this year apart. Whilst yes, it sucked. We've been stuck indoors, or we've been allowed to go to work and come back. Andy's obviously been able to walk on the beach since he can piss on it from his house.
It's been amazing.
But the rest of us have just kind of we've been stuck in our own little zone, doing our own thing and kind of working our way through it and everything. And beer mails really helped. So, for everybody who's part of the homebrew community in the UK, who's sending out beer mails to people, that has really, really helped people as well. I can say that personally, even though, I'm crap at sending it out, there are people who still love me enough to be able to send me a few beers, and I appreciate them greatly. But at the same time, things like Owen sending me that sour, that's changed my brewing outlook. And that is something that I don't think would have happened without lockdown. I'm pretty sure this podcast wouldn't be doing what it is without lockdown. And just the ability for us to be able to directly interact with these breweries in terms of purchasing without it having to go through a third party and everybody taking their cut. And I'm sure that these businesses that are, the third party businesses, they are doing really well because people are purchasing beer. But I mean, I ordered 12 cans from Verdant. Do you know what I mean? I don't really order beers online, but I saw this offer from Verdant. And I'm like, I'm having that. And I've got some beers to try. And, all of these recommendations and stuff that people are giving me, if I find them, I buy them. And that can only be helping these breweries. It can only be making them stronger. And they're also getting an idea of what the craft beer community in this country truly want. And I think that's a great thing.
Here, Chris. Here.
Yeah, it's good. It's been nice as well being able to communicate with them over Facebook and stuff like that as well. Just like because they're more online now. So I know a couple like Air Brewing Co. I've definitely been chatting to. They've even after that they've invited me down to go and do a brew day with them. I'm like, that sounds like amazing, like class. So I'll definitely.
See a video coming up on that one.
Like, how good would that be? Like a craft beer channel type video.
Yeah, man, that'd be awesome.
With some sexy brew footage. Boom.
That
sounds sexy slow-mo footage. Yeah, so that. Oh.
Can I just put my hand up and say, given the fact that I'm the only person who's been on every episode of this podcast, I'm kind of going to pull rank. I want to take a moment because I meant to do this last podcast and I kind of forgot. I want to say to everybody who donated to the Just Giving for the Hop
Oh.
Edition podcast for us to be able to move our hosting.
Yeah.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart, because you guys have really made our ability to keep giving you this content. You've made it possible, putting it bluntly, because it was getting to the point where it was costing me anything from 25 to 30 quid a month just for
Wow.
additional bandwidth from you all battering the crap out of us for, you know, listening to the podcast and everything. You've also made it possible for us to be able to continue to do what we do. Fair enough. We started off, it was just the two monkeys, the bearded wonder and me. And now we've got two more monkeys, one without a beard and one with a beard.
Hang on, I thought it
And
was three
to be
wise
fair-
men and a donkey. What's going on here? We changed the description slightly.
Let's leave the three wise men and the donkey alone, all right? I think to everybody who put their hand in their pocket during these weird times, during these strange times, during these tough times for many people, I got a message off of one of the donations, and it was anonymous, but I've got a pretty good idea about who it was. And he said, he donated some money, and he said, "I'm sorry it's not more, mate, but thank you for doing what you're doing." And I mean, I'm an emotional guy,
Yeah.
but I literally had tears rolling down my face at that point, because it's like, this dude's clearly not exactly flush financially at the minute, and he still appreciated what we're doing enough to put his hand in his pocket, to send us a $5 and to say, you know, I appreciate what you're doing. I wish I could give more. And it's not about how much you give. It's the fact that you are willing to contribute. That to me is the most important part, to know that what we're doing is being well received enough for you guys to say, do you know what? I'm going to support these guys going forward. And you have paid for a year's hosting for us on Buzzsprout, which hopefully now that I've finished work, I will get some time next week to be able to move the hosting over. You'll notice a massive difference when it comes to the podcast being served to you, because you're not going to be strangling the crap out of my bandwidth. The website's going to stay where it is. The podcast is going to be hosted elsewhere. And as far as I'm concerned, thank you to everybody from the bottom of my heart. You've made us feel like what we're doing is worthwhile. And, you know, we really do appreciate you all, which is why literally we are drinking your beer. We are name dropping people. And to be honest, during the podcast, we are interacting with people on Facebook. We are interacting with people on YouTube, because we're as much of a part of the community as you guys are a part of the Hop Edition community.
Yeah.
And I think homebrewers stick together. And I think that's what this has shown through the whole of the coronavirus bullshit. We're sticking together. We're sending each other beer. We're doing a podcast. We're talking to each other. And at the end of the day, we're still doing what we do. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. So yeah, big love to all the people who've been listening and donating, sending in feedback, just engaging with it and chatting to us while we're on doing the podcast and stuff. I've had messages from people via, you know, like my own YouTube channel and Instagram and stuff like that as well. So there's quite a few people out there who've been giving us positive feedback, and, you know, just like having a little bit of that every so often is a great motivator to come back and do some more, really. So I'll give a little shout out to a couple of people who contacted me through Instagram, just because otherwise I forget to do these things. And like I said, memory of a geriatric goldfish at the minute, so need to do it while I've got it in front of me now. But Fox Brewing,
It's not that good, Tricky. Don't give yourself that much credit.
Okay, dead goldfish. So Fox Brewing on Instagram was contacted me. Niall Wynn as well just today, in fact. So cheers for the feedback, Niall. And sorry, I don't know what Fox Brewing's real name is, but cheers to you as well for sending some messages of support on Instagram about the podcast. That's awesome. So where were we?
I'm just catching up in the comments on the YouTube feed, and
Alright.
I've got money in the post, so that's good.
There's a little bribe going
I've
there.
just cracked another beer, which was from Jamie Nelson.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
This
I've got
was
that one in
my-
front of me
cool
as well.
labels.
My Secret Santa beer, which is called Pulp Fiction. So this is a clone of the Verdant Pulp. However, he changed some of the dry hops, varietals. So he's called it Pulp Fiction. Some really, really cool like artwork on it. The sticker's really awesome. He sent me 2 of these, and he even sent me a lovely note saying, you know, I'm thinking of you because obviously people appreciate that or know that I appreciate double IPAs. So here's to you, Jamie. Thank you very much, sir. It's smelling very juicy, right up my street.
He's obviously trying to get you wrecked again.
He knows what you like.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah, that's good.
I'm
That is
glad you
nice.
say that because
Oh, you've got some as well. Hey.
That is nice.
he was kind enough to actually deliver it to my doorstep because
Wow.
he's only down in Stevenage.
Oh
and he
yeah.
comes up our way for work, I think, fairly regularly. So yeah, he's asked me if I wanted some beer mail and then said, "Oh, I'm actually in Bedford tomorrow. So what's your address?" And he just come and dropped it on the doorstep.
Just talking about
Awesome.
Tricky.
So,
Why?
yeah,
Why
cheers,
is it?
Cheers, Jamie,
Why,
for that as well.
Tricky? Why is there
Go
so
on.
many Mackies in your? What is it with every other roundabout having a Mackies on it and not one KFC? What
Not
is
enough,
that?
not
I
enough
dunno.
chip shops for you, Andy.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you mean, though. As soon as like I drive out that way, because I drive off towards Cambridge for my other job
Uh-huh.
quite often, and yeah, everything
Oh.
heading that way, it's all Mackie D's on the.
Yeah,
the
I couldn't
service
believe how
stops,
many
isn't it?
Mackies there is. I was like,
Yeah.
these guys really must love their Mackies.
Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with the Mackies.
No, it's not. But you know, a bit of variety. Come on.
I don't know why. Anyway, I've got to quickly mention this beer that I'm drinking because I've been supping away on it for a while now and it's nearly gone. But this was one of Brett Harmon's beers that he sent me as a bonus thank you beer mail for doing the helping set up the what do we call it, Secret Santa thing on BrewTube.
Mhm.
So if you hadn't seen him on the live brew day, you might notice some of the Star Wars paraphernalia that he's got, and he's also the guy who's got all the Star Wars taps with the heads and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So and his beers that you've sent me, they've both got Star Wars names. So this is his
References.
Cantina Nipa. So
Nice.
and it's Citra, Azaka, and Nelson, which from the taste of this is a very, very, very good combination of hops because yeah, just juice bomb really. Yeah, really good, really fresh, lovely color on it, and getting a nice sort of balance of the kind of tropical pineapple sort of stuff you'd expect from the Citra and Azaka, but then with a slightly sharp kind of gooseberry thing from the Nelson in there as well. So yeah, I think Citra and Nelson, judging by Timmy's beer as well, is definitely a
it's a
pretty
good combo.
awesome combo. Can't hear what you're saying, Chris.
Going back to it, we've been saying it since episode 2, though, haven't we, Trick? It's
What's
like
that?
all New Zealand hops just appear to be a fantastic framework from which to build flavour.
Yeah, I was going to
Yeah,
make the same
100%.
point. Like, you know, is it citrus kind of like it's filling it out, and then the Nelson's just kind of like, you know, the icing on top. It's just kind of adding some of the high notes.
Yeah, the kind of wine, the sort of
Yeah,
the
it just gives you
grape
that
thing.
sort of gooseberry winey tang at the end of it that just makes it a little bit more interesting. But yeah, that's I don't know if Brett's still watching, but that's fantastic beer, Brett. So thank you very much for sending that to me.
By the way, what Azaka? I've not tried on its own, but what really does it? What kind of flavors does it bring to the party? Just out of interest.
You did one, didn't you, Tricky?
Yeah,
After
I
said
did
that
an all Azaka IPA. I think there's a video for it, but it's all pineapple for me. It's like just
is it?
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of people say Brew One is kind of all pineapple on its own, so I think it's probably in a similar area to that one
Just
as far
tricky.
as flavour goes.
See the Nipa I sent you. It's
Yeah.
it's got Azaka, Brew One, and Citra in it.
Oh, has
And
it now?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Oh, look, it's at the
That
side
one.
of it.
Oh, hello.
Well, fancy that.
And
I
it
wonder
is
which beer's getting
pineapple.
open
It really
next.
is pineapple. But yeah.
No,
So it's funny you say that with
Azaka
Azaka
is that's the big flavour I get from it, especially when it's on its
That's
own.
cool.
So.
So that
Well,
explains-
like a kind of soft pineapple flavour as well. It's kind
Yeah.
of sweet pineapple rather than the sort of sharp, kind of tangy kind of.
So
flavour.
just at this point, to continue the circle jerk, the next beer that I'm opening is from Mr. Blue Kex himself.
Woohoo!
This is Owen's. Why is there a paddle on there and not a watering can?
that pina colada.
This is the Penis Colada Pale Ale.
That's one I started with today. Oh, Chris, it's good.
He's demonstrating his weak arms again.
He's got the mole grips out again.
To be fair, I have got a massive blister on my hand from wanking too much.
Oh,
Yeah.
just got strong.
those friction burns, they do make it quite hard, don't they?
Need more lube.
I found it really easy to open. Mine just went straight away, no bother.
Fucked a lot of you.
Did you just breathe on it and the cap
it
kind of
just-
spun off on its
Just
own?
like
Yeah.
Right, prepare for a shit review.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I shot myself in the foot.
that. No, it's not going to be shit. That's no chance of that.
Now it's just wank. I'm pouring it away. That's really nice. I'm getting a little bit of hot burn.
No.
I'm getting a little bit of hot burn on this. Just a teeny amount, not much. I'm getting an almost appley flavor as well, weirdly enough.
Is he winding you up?
No, seriously, not green apple, like just apple, just a little bit of apple.
He's going through
I mean,
all the
fuck-
off flavors, isn't he? There's butter,
Yeah,
apple.
yeah, there's a little bit of butter.
so-
What you
kind of-
what you on about? I'm not seriously. I genuinely can smell a bit of
Yeah.
apple. I'm getting a lot of tropical fruit. I mean, to be fair, it smells like
Band-Aids. Don't forget the Band-Aid.
Band-Aid, baby
Yeah.
puke.
Yeah.
Slightly
there's a little
baby-
bit of diacetyl, a small amount of lactose.
Cheesy socks on the
Um,
aftertaste.
Any
smells like
pineapple or
arse.
coconut?
This one was definitely teabagged in the fermenter.
Oh, you know my
no.
secret.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
That's
there's
where
fuck
the
all
yeast
wrong with
comes
this beer.
from
It's
as well.
lovely.
It's
Is
ball
that what
sack
it
yeast
is?
in there.
That's the new adjunct for
Yeah.
2021.
No,
Ball
Norwegians
sack
use
juice.
the Kavaic ring. Owen uses the ball next
It's
to the
Owen's
ring.
ring.
I just like to carry round my own yeast.
The aroma on this.
It'll
if
be all
you
the
shop
rage
at
in
Sainsbury's,
2021.
okay,
Trust me, that's the next big thing.
I thought that's what they meant by a
Yeah.
house yeast.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be serious now.
Yeah. Sorry,
okay?
Chris. Go on, carry on.
I'm trying to be serious. Just because you're pissed, don't drag me down into your personal hell. Basically, this is tropical fruit overload. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Massive amounts of pineapple. Massive amounts of pineapple. On the flavor,
Yep.
kind of a creamy,
Mm.
almost creamy kind of flavor. Coconut on the exhale. Really nice coconut on the exhale. I'm getting, to be fair, there's fuck all wrong with this beer. It's really nice.
It's really
Um,
it's proper
it's
juicy in it.
Quite a click of bitterness. Not a punch, just like a click, like a
20,
gentle
IBUs
slap
type.
on the ass midway
Yeah.
through sex.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's nice.
just that, come on, wake up, do it a bit harder. That kind of click.
Yeah.
It's really, there's fuck all wrong with this, Owen. It's really nice, mate. Well done,
Yeah.
cracking job. But I do genuinely,
That was quite a review,
all
Chris.
joking aside, I am getting some apple on the nose.
That's interesting.
Genuinely,
I've not picked that up.
not acetal. Right, there's a massive difference between apple and green apple. Okay, green apple's an off flavor, which in some beers actually tastes quite nice. But this, I'm getting, I'd say like pink lady jazz kind of Brayburn apple, rather than Granny Smith's Golden Delicious. Yeah, fuck it. It's lovely. I'm going to carry on drinking it.
Right, I want to hear what Tricky has to say about
Well,
Manipa.
I was spending ages sniffing it because I was just like,
Is it quite low? See the aroma. I said in my video, I didn't think it didn't fill the room.
It's not like that kind of intensely hoppy smell, but it does, to me, it does have a really intense like fruit juice smell to it. Like it's it smells just like pineapple juice to me.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's pineapple.
Like, but not, like normally when you're talking about sort of hop flavors or aromas, it's like it's a suggestion of pineapple juice. This smells like pineapple juice. If I was like blindfolded and sniffing this, I'd be like, that's a glass of pineapple juice.
That's cool.
It's crazy. And yeah, definitely mostly pineapple on the flavor, but just smooth.
Very smooth. Silky sex is what I said.
Silky sexy chocolate.
I was just like, silky sex. Yeah,
to be fair, silky. in that video where you were reviewing this yourself, I think we came pretty close to seeing your cum face a couple of times. I was like, oh fuck. Oh. But I can see why, because it is a very nice beer.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's really nice. That's a good beer.
I know what you mean though about when you try a brew and you're just like, oh fuck, this is good. That's spot on, mate. Cheers.
Nice one.
Okay, so whilst we're sitting here enjoying two of the beers from two of the members of the Hop Edition crew, let's talk about the worst beers that we've ever brewed. This year.
Not ever.
This year, because if we were talking about ever, fucking hell, we'd be here for like 3 or 4 hours. So Owen, the worst beer, I can already guess. The worst beer that you brewed this year. Does it begin with W?
It does begin with W. Yeah, it's Control Alt. The wheat beer. It's the De Clove Bomb. I think it's probably by far the worst beer that I've brewed so far.
Was it absolutely unpalatable?
It was just, when clove gets so bad it tastes like burnt rubber. Maybe you've not had that.
That's is that not when the yeast explodes?
Well, you would think so, but there was no way I had autolysis in it because it wasn't hanging around for that long. But it was the clove just provided it was burnt rubber plastic kind of thing going on. It was just so much clove, nothing to balance it out. It was awful. Genuinely.
How quickly did it go down the drain?
Pretty quickly. I think I pretty much tried.
Did you waste CO2 on it?
Well, yeah, I think I carbed it. Yeah, for sure I carbed it, but...
Oh, dear. It's an expensive drain cleaner, isn't it?
Wow, is CO2 that expensive? Not really. Well, I would agree.
Apparently.
No one wants to have to put a beer down the drain, but life is too short to drink bad beer.
It is. And you remember, just because all three of you are going to receive this beer, do you remember that beer that I was talking about, the Amber Bitter, that I said was dog shit and that I was going to put down the drain a couple of episodes ago?
You said you put too
you've
much
got a
amber
bottle of it. You've got a bottle of that.
Oh, we all do.
Didn't chuck it in the end, obviously.
Yeah, and no, because it mellowed and it's actually turned out really nice to the point where on a Friday at work, we have a beer club after work. And I took a couple of bottles of each of the things that I had on the tap, which was Hokum, a nipple, and the Amber Bitter. And the one that people kept going back to was the Amber.
Yeah.
And they're like, this is really nice. This has got a lovely flavor. It kind of smells and tastes a bit like coffee, blah, blah, blah. And I'm sitting there thinking, I nearly fucking drained that entire keg.
Just goes to show.
So did you take two of each beer, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you took
two of each.
Two nipples, two bitters. So they didn't go back for your nipples then?
No, they left my nipples alone, thankfully. They were a bit sore from the night before. The clamps were a
okay.
bit tight on that
They
night.
were too crispy, weren't
But,
they, in this case? So
They were too crispy.
Started to scab over.
You know that the nipple clamps are too tight when they start to scab. No, they quite enjoyed that beer. But just for everybody who's got a beer mail off of me in this particular mail shot, I haven't labeled anything, so good luck.
Oh, awesome. Beer roulette then again, is it?
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, no, to be fair, the really light coloured one is the nipple. The really dark coloured one is the hokum. And by process of mathematical elimination, the one in the middle is the amber. If you can't work that one out, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah. I think you put an obscene amount of amber malt into that beer, though, didn't you? It was like
1 kilo.
Yeah, which is like way above the recommended sort of level, I think, as far as that malt goes. But I was going to say, most beers I've found that have some of those kind of like mid-range sort of, I guess you would call them like low-level roasted malts, because they're not the crystal malts. They're the higher kilned, the ones that basically in between the sort of roasted and the normal sort of specialty malts, crystals and whatnot. I find that those beers do need a bit of conditioning, like just to let those malt flavors kind of
settle out,
and otherwise you do tend to find that when you first try them, I mean, like yours is probably an extreme example because it had so much in, but things with amber malt and brown malt and stuff like that, and sometimes it could, like, that flavor can just like really be a bit dominant at first until it starts to mellow and drop out a little bit. So
what is the difference between amber and brown malt?
I think it's just the level of kilning, really, isn't it?
Just the color.
It's brown malt darker.
I think there's a bit of crossover between like darker amber malt is pretty close to the bottom end of the range for brown malt.
Is amber not more kind of gives you more of a biscuity thing, and then brown's more of a kind of darker, almost going towards chocolate?
I think people talk about brown with sort of like coffee, chocolatey kind of
porter. It goes in porters,
that, which is why it's in porters a lot, and then amber malt is a little bit more of your sort of it's kind of biscuity going into coffee.
Because I think my mate Dell used amber malt in one of his.
Look at Owen, he's got resting bitch face.
That was really good. So I don't know if this is gonna.
It's not, because you've got.
It's getting there. There we go. Drops of juniper. Oh, that was the Brew Day beer, wasn't it?
This is a Brew Day beer. Yeah,
another one that I never made.
I feel the need to sing. I feel the need to sing again.
But it was Alan Westcombe sent me it.
I don't think that was the brew day that actually I don't think many of us actually brewed the beer selected
it because of the what do you call it, juniper berries. It was just like, that sounds pretty brutal, and having a keg of that. But actually it's really, really nice. It's like a kind of caramel really, his is really fruity in the nose sort of thing, and just nice kind of, it's almost got that kind of biscuity sort of a malty thing going on as well with the caramel. I
brewed it. I've got a keg of it in the Keezer, and I wasn't impressed off the bat. But now it's had some time to condition. It's actually really, really nice. It's cleared out, and it's and I would probably describe it as being a bitter.
Yeah.
But just with a slight twist in terms of the kind of
finish
flavor profile, definitely in the finish. The juniper.
I might brew that because I've got some venison in the freezer that I'm planning on basically having for my birthday meal at the end of March. So I might brew a keg of that.
Chris, this is very much like that Jolly Beggar, the best bitter.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, it's probably the closest thing I can describe to that. The flavour wise is the Jolly Beggar.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely getting brewed then. Is that in the camera book?
You've sold it now.
Yeah, it's in the camera book. Yeah.
I would speak to Alan, get Alan's recipe, because I think Alan's maybe slightly changed. He's got, you know, it was meant to be Cascade UK, but he's put Pearl hops, Cascade, Centennial, and First Gold. So I'd maybe speak with Alan to get his recipe because he's got Maris, Chocolate, Crystal 60, Crystal 80, and Cara. I'd just get his recipe because it might be slightly different to, he maybe have changed it up a little bit, maybe. But yeah. Oh,
Well, I think the recipe did call for like UK Cascade and all of these sort of quite difficult to get
I'm
hold
never
of
using
hops.
UK Cascade again.
Yeah.
I'm never using UK Cascade again. That's a hideous hop. It's never going to happen.
yeah. I get the recipe
I'd
off
rather
him
eat my own belly
because-
button fluff.
Yeah, this is really good.
That's a strong opinion on UK Cascade. I mean, I know it's a bit underwhelming, but
I'm
belly
not being
button
funny
fluff?
as well.
I
I'm a
mean, come
fat
on,
man.
right? That's,
I'm a fat man as well, so that belly button fluff's probably been in there for about 3 years.
that shit
I'd
goes
rather
deep,
eat that.
right? That's what you're saying?
Chris, I think
Mate,
the idea was
second
one,
knuckle. Second knuckle. That's what I'm saying.
Jesus.
Chris, I think they wanted to use all UK hops, and that's why it was, trying to get something that was juicy in the UK or a bit more fruity. But that's probably why they went with the Cascade.
Yeah,
Maybe
maybe.
substitute it for Jester. That might work.
Yeah, it might do. The recipe was actually Challenger, East Kent Goldings, EKG, and UK Cascade. That was pretty much the 3 hops in there.
Right.
I ended up making it with Challenger, East Kent Goldings, and just US Cascade. And I think actually over a little bit of time, the conditioning, like the Cascade calms down, the Juniper calms down.
Yeah, I think you need that conditioning
Everything
time for
comes
Cascade
together.
as well if you're going to combine
Yeah.
it with UK hops, because again, it's a bit like too up front with
Yeah.
This is more about the
grapefruit and
malt.
everything.
It's definitely like the malt kind of. It's a definite malty type beer, but then it does have a really nice fruitiness to it.
Mm.
That yeah, I would.
I've got a bottle of that from Alan, and I'm looking forward to trying it side by side with mine.
Mhm. Yeah, see what the
I
difference
might
is.
have a bottle of
sort
it. I don't
just
know.
to see the difference, you know.
Right, go do it now.
No, I mean I'm thinking about maybe putting out some beer reviews
Oh yeah.
over the Christmas period. I might do the 12 days of Christmas
Oh, that'd be
and
cool.
see if I
Oh,
can get
go
through.
on, son.
Try and get through,
Are
all
you-
of the.
Are you going to
all of
use
the
your new
beer mail.
equipment? The new equipment?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably not to spoil the future.
Yeah, I'm not saying
the
anything.
question that we're going to be covering, but yeah, there might be some new filming equipment involved.
No, not nipple clamps then.
No,
Let's move on.
that could feature in a video if you want to see it, Chris.
So yeah, down with that. I'm already subscribed to your channel on Pornhub. So where were we at with the worst beers? Who'd done their worst beer? Had anyone actually done a
I don't
worst
think
beer?
so. I've got a goodie.
No, you sort
Because
of
we're
started
2
talking
hours
about
in.
your amber that wasn't your worst beer, didn't you? Or
Yeah, that's right. So
No,
you
that
did
was the
your-
beer that I'd sent everybody.
Yeah, you says it was crap and then turned out good.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just going to do this as a flash fry with a small amount of juniper and some blackberries. Okay, because worst beer that I brewed without doubt was the second nipple that I made after my water from the tap had changed from the soft to the
it
hard.
wasn't your third nipple,
And I
then?
it was my second nipple. I don't have 3 nipples. Do you want to see? No. But basically it was acrid, harsh, astringent,
Yeah.
horrible drain fodder. It was so horrific.
It just
and
goes to show you how
basically I had-
important, Chris. It goes to show how important water is with lagers.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I literally had 1 pint and went, no, and then poured it down the drain.
Oh,
I mean, it was I kegged it, I carved it. The next evening, I went, I'm having a pint. I had a pint and I went, fuck this, and immediately carried it and poured it down the drain. It was horrific. It was the worst beer it was the worst beer I've ever had. And that includes some that got infected.
Wow.
I hate those.
I'll tell you
fuck it.
a quick story about the worst beer I've drunk this year,
Ooh.
which was from a
haven't had
local
mine yet.
brewery. I'll not mention names, but they'd decided to make a beer that was an original collab beer. And one of the guys that was involved in making the beer very sadly passed away, and they decided to make the beer again, and they were donating a certain amount of the profit to charity. But unfortunately, it was a sour, and what had obviously happened was they'd gotten some oxygen ingress during the souring process, and the beer had just gone full on baby puke, like just puke. Like cheesy puke.
You don't want that. You
It
don't
was a
want that.
triple fruited goza, and they'd canned it as well.
Oh no!
And I think obviously the sort of the charity thing had probably sort of driven them to want to just get the beer out, and it really should not have gotten out at the brewery, but it was the worst thing. Not the worst beer I've ever drunk, the worst thing I've ever drunk. Period.
The worst thing ever to touch your
The
lips.
worst thing I've ever probably put in my mouth. And I've put some bad things in my mouth,
including cocks.
I would draw the line there, Chris, but
I meant chickens. Chickens.
easy, tiger.
Chickens.
Oh dear.
Anyway, I thought I'd share that story.
Tricky.
Yeah.
Tricky, come on. What's the worst beer you've had this year?
Well, the worst brew that I've done is not. I've not had any that have been like total write-offs because they've been, like infected or have gone, just completely tits up it in other regards. But the one that's just was an utter disappointment to me was the mild that I did, which I know that other people did it and really liked it.
Was this the vanilla one?
Yeah. And
Oh,
I know
no
you
way.
made it and you loved it.
I loved
and,
it.
Yeah, I was dubious on
So
that.
I can only put it down to well, to be fair, like I did dick around with the recipe and like change it almost, completely from what the actual original was. So I didn't brew the same beer as you did, to be honest. So I was like, oh, I'm going to make it a chocolate vanilla mild and put some nibs in it and all this and that and blah blah blah, and it just didn't work. It didn't. I put loads of vanilla in it. I put loads of
Did you
chocolate
not get the
nibs in
right
it.
gravity? Did yours not end up too low in ABV as well, Tricky?
No, well, it stopped quite. Yeah, it finished quite high.
Something not right with the gravity, yeah.
So that didn't help either. But it was, despite that, it was just really thin. There was didn't seem to be any kind of vanilla or chocolate to it. It was just complete pish, basically. And I was like, what? It's still in the fucking keg behind me in the fridge. I've like clung to the hope that it's somehow going to get better over time, and it just hasn't at all. And,
try it through a beer engine.
Go and pull a pint.
No, it's not even worth doing that. It's like,
Give up on it. Give up on it, Tricky. No, I brewed it as well. I put two. They said to put 2 vanilla pods in.
Yeah.
I did that, and mine came out way too vanilla. And I mean, like, everyone's taste is different, but and I also found it was a really low ABV beer, admittedly, but it was pretty thin. And I'm used to, and I like to drink big, thick beers, and I like my double IPAs and big stouts and stuff. And I'm just, just not really into beers that are that thin.
I mean, the thing is, I've had some like really good milds, like the one that I mentioned from Alan that he sent in the beer mail, that his milk coffee mild was really good. So, I know they can be done well, but this one was not done well. Might have been something that I did that was not right, but it just didn't work for me. And yeah, it was, as Owen was saying, like for me, it was just really thin, didn't really taste of the things that I'd put in it that was supposed to taste of, and thoroughly uninspiring is basically the best way to sum it up. So
see, that was the first one that went through.
Insipid was definitely a good word to use for that one.
Richard, that was the first one that went through my beer engine, and because of the low carbonation and that kind of, it was quite, it was low ABV.
Yeah.
But what I found with mine was because of the low carbonation, you could literally just chuck pints of this stuff down you. Like, I was like 4 or 5 pints easy one night, just throwing them down. And because they were only like 3% odd or something, it was like you weren't even getting hammered either.
Yeah.
So it was just like this brilliant
Well,
proper
do you know what?
session beer.
After you saying that, I tried putting it through the stout spout on the new tap that I got. I was like, oh, maybe this will make it palatable.
Yeah.
It's like first sip, still shit. Fuck.
Polishing a turd.
Quite glad I didn't.
It
brew
didn't
that
help.
one
It
now.
gave it a lovely frothy head, but other than that,
I bet you were really excited as well.
Yeah.
You poured it out and you
Yeah.
were
I was
like,
looking at it
oh,
like,
it's
this
going to
is
be
it.
good.
could be
This
it.
has solved it.
Did you
Nah,
a bit more vanilla?
work.
Could you put some vanilla extract in it?
I probably could, but it's just like when the base beer is so like, yeah,
I find sometimes like
insipid. I'm like, I just can't be
psychologically,
bothered to try and save it. Do you know what I mean?
psychologically, if you're just like bummed out on a beer, there's nothing you're going to do to save it. You know, you're just like, if you've mentally gone,
I
it's
think
a write-off.
there's an element of psychology in it as well, isn't there? It's like if you think once you've convinced yourself it's shit, it doesn't matter. You know, you could give it to somebody else to tell you it's amazing. Try it yourself and go, it's still fucking wank. I'm not drinking that.
I'd agree.
So.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Well, who's not gone then? We've
I've
done
Andy.
Andy.
So the worst one was probably I put the neck oil. I did an experiment where I put like a hoppy session beer through the beer engine, and it just didn't work. Like it was just didn't suit the flavor sort of thing. It was just weird, just having that pure crazy hoppiness, but no real kind of that carbonic bite you get to offset it. It was just kind of like meh. And I actually thought I'd screwed the beer. And what I ended up doing was I took it off the beer engine and I just put it on. I just bumped the gas up to like 12, 13 psi or something like that and left it and just put a party tap on it. What a difference. Like the beer was completely different. It was like the beer did not last long after that because it was back to being like a proper good juice bomb type beer. And it just disappeared. So I'm just thinking pails on the beer engines or hoppy pails anyway. If you want to go traditional, then yeah. But I think bitters and milds and that sort of thing just suits it right down to the T. Like kind of amber beers and that is where it's at with the beer engine.
Has anyone ever had like a cask double IPA?
No.
Oh, and you've went quite quiet.
Did I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Say that again with your volume turned up.
I'll say that again.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever had a cask double IPA?
No.
The only reason I ask is I saw a Facebook post earlier today from Grumpy Brewery. Does anyone
No.
know who that is?
Oh, Grumpy's Tap.
Grumpy's Tap, yeah.
Yeah, Steve Cole.
I don't think it. My experience, I don't think it works. But
And I'm sure I saw that he had Verdant Pulp on cask. And I was like, well, that's interesting. I wonder what that's like. Because you don't often, I mean, like cask beer generally is like Camera World, right? You know, it's and they're not even going near the concept of a double IPA.
they're like that. That's hazy. That's not right.
Yeah,
So,
it's like, no, I
it's
can't
got to
have
be.
that.
I'll tell you what, actually, though, I did have a cask version of an Arbor beer, which was like pretty sure it was a Nipah or something at the local bottle shop, and that did actually work, but only for about the first 6 hours that it was on, because I think it probably like deteriorated rapidly after that. So
it's like if you've got 400 people in your pub,
if you can sell it out in an hour, then it's great. But after
Ian,
that,
get that Nipah, that cask Nipah on.
I think more people. One of the things when I was speaking to the Air Brewing Co. They were saying like why don't more people not put like breathers, like actual CO2 breathers on the cask, because the cask would keep a lot longer, and I think a lot more people would probably be would be more interested.
Well, that's the camera thing as well, isn't it? Because
Camera's just pushing like oxidized beer.
They don't like that.
Yeah, they love oxidized beer.
I think camera is basically standing for degraded shit ale that's oxidized to fuck.
Did I tell you every time I posted a cask, like one of my beer engine videos, someone was disliking it, and I was like, someone that is proper, like a camera.
You fucking know 100% that's
Oh.
a disgruntled camera member
It's
posting
got-
that as well. For
It's
sure.
like,
Some sandal wearing, bearded, uptight cunt who's just like, fucking, that's not Cask.
exactly, and it's just like, fuck off. Because they'll only accept, the only thing they would say, they'd be like, oh, why are you not just putting it in a bag? You know, like if you do it in a bag, then that's obviously accepted because that's how breweries sell it to customers in bag and box sort of thing. You can hook up to a beer engine and that's fine sort of thing, but you can't hook it up to a keg under like 1 or
It's
2
just
psi.
bullshit because, like, if you're not, like you're not actively carbonating the beer
No,
with it.
you're totally not.
If you're just using it to push the beer out, it makes no difference whatsoever. Like,
Yeah, because once you put it through the
it's
sparkler,
irrelevant.
if that beer's carved and you put it through the sparkler, you're gonna end up with a pint of foam. You really are.
I think
Whereas
Chris is falling asleep.
He's
I
gone.
know.
He's gone.
Sorry.
No, I've got
Well,
a bit of a headache.
it's almost a bit
so
like,
I'm
well,
just having a minute.
what if you said to camera, like, well, could we push beer out with argon?
Argon
Is that
gas and kill
acceptable?
people. Does that not kill you?
Can you?
It's a fucking inert gas.
It's an
No, it
inert
doesn't
gas.
kill you.
You sure?
It's a noble gas,
Oh,
for God's sake.
a bit of chemistry pipes him right up. Didn't it?
Jesus
It's
Christ!
Argon.
Yeah, do you not get fire do the fire
Fucking
systems not have?
serious?
See if you flood a room with argon gas, will it not kill someone?
Bring out the periodic table and he wakes
yeah,
up like that.
Hang on.
It's just like fucking-
No, stop. This
is where I'm
an
getting my knowledge
education
from.
moment. This
Yes,
is an
please.
education moment, okay? The
You've triggered
only
him.
reason it kills you, yes, you have,
Because
because this is the kind of shit I used to have to deal with when people were fucking in my classroom. All right? The reason why it kills you is because there's no oxygen in there.
Yeah. So you put it in your
Fucking
beer.
hell.
Well, maybe that's a good thing
What?
for in your
So
beers.
the fact that you're drinking something with no oxygen in is going to kill you, I'd be fucking dead. My last 8 beers have had no oxygen in them, for God's sake. Come on. Right, I'm going back to sleep. Fuck you all.
Anyway, just on the coincidentally that you mentioned your neck oil flowing through the cask, John Denton, aka Johnny Apple's Brewing,
Oh, Johnny.
has commented on the YouTube
Oh, is that JD?
feed. Yeah, his neck oil clone should have been beaver oil, but turned into bum oil.
Oh, his
Purple,
went
exclamation mark.
purple. Yeah. It's funny.
That's not what you want. That's not what you want from your.
I've done neck oils in the past, and one of them went proper.
Well, there's a
brown.
shit ton of hops in it for like the the ABV
Yeah.
on that beer, isn't there?
And there's
really?
like what, like 5 or 6 different hops in that beer.
Yeah, it's a busy
Yeah, it's quite a
recipe,
lot.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's like Brewdog love using. Punk uses a
Nelson, I'm sure's on it.
shit ton of different hops. Is it
Fit.
Atom?
Atanum. Oh,
Atanum.
yeah, that Brewdog loves
I
that.
have to.
No,
Atom.
there's a particular hop that it's really hard to get.
Brewdog
up.
uses it.
All the big brew like Brewdog buy it all up and
Yeah,
yeah.
Atanum or something.
How do you pronounce that?
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'll go Arsenal.
we're only 3 questions through.
Yeah, we're not getting through this very quickly, are we? I reckon maybe we should skip to the commercial break. Do you think so?
I think maybe we should skip the next question.
Yeah.
Welcome to the commercial break. There goes a new one for you to soundbite there, Tricky.
Oh, thanks. That was lovely. Who's going first on the commercial break then? It's mandatory impy time.
It
I'm
is.
gonna-
I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to go.
bring out
I'm going
your
to go
MPs.
first. I'm going to go first.
I know you said mandatory impy, but the problem is I don't
he's
have
fucking-
any.
I don't. I've only got a homebrew MPs.
Well, that'll do.
Oh, that's disappointing.
I don't
Actually, no, it
have a
won't, 'cause
commercial
it's got to be a
impy.
commercial.
I don't have a commercial impy.
Oh, I know. I was going to go.
Here's us
commercial.
bringing out the big guns, and you're flagging. Like, come on
Oh,
now.
don't tell me you've pulled out
Nice.
KBS, haven't you?
No.
What's the ABV? 11.5.
11.5, yeah.
You ought to try. You ought to try 13.
Oh!
Fuck's
He's
sake, lad.
And
he gone big. He gone
I'm
big.
going to add. I've got wax on the top.
Okay, yeah, he wins. He wins.
Mine
I'm
is
checking
waxed.
You drink yours first because I'm going for a piss as well.
I do love a
I'm
waxed
sticking
beer.
around. I'm sticking around because Owen's gonna make me want to jack off. Go on, Owen.
Go and get the baby wipes.
All right, give me a minute.
Right, so this is from a brewery that I've not actually heard of before called La Parata, which is a Spanish brewery in Barcelona. And it is their yearly barrel-aged bourbon imperial stout. And it's coming in at 13% ABV, 72 IBUs. And that's about as much as I know. The rest is in Spanish,
Right.
which I do speak a little of, but I'm not going to torture you all with. Here we go.
No,
We're
please
going.
speak in Spanish because then I'll get Santi to translate.
We're gonna go. We're gonna go.
Good
Pour.
idea.
Here we go. So off the bat, there is there looks like it's going to be a decent level of carbonation going on in this beer. You know, sometimes you pour a really big stout and there's no head, there's no fizz. I've got a reasonably good head. I'd say a half finger.
I tune in and he's talking about head already. It's another sexy
Yeah.
beer review.
And fingers.
There's a half finger head off. No, it's a tan head.
Is it a brown finger?
And off the bat, on the nose, you're just getting like brown sugar.
Brown sugar.
You're getting like baked, like a really
Mince
dark,
pie.
like mince, but yeah, almost mince pie. I was going to say Christmas cake. You know, like the boozy Christmas cake thing going on.
Either you've got the biggest mouth in the history of the world, or that was a mini mince pie.
It was a little one.
That's what they all say.
Just smashed a mince pie in one,
No, honestly,
one
look,
mouthful.
they're only small.
No, Tricky's got massive hands.
You've got you're picking up on like the bourbon barrel thing.
That's
You've almost got
normal-sized
like
pint
a
glass. Look.
kind of like a sherryness going on.
That's a Stein.
Oh, smells beautiful. Smells beautiful. Right, I'm gonna dive in. Cheers, guys. Merry bloody Christmas to you.
Chin, motherfucking chin.
Merry Christmas, Owen.
Oh, that is dangerous. That is dangerous. That hides its strength very well for 13%.
Danger! High voltage.
Oh Christ! I mean, you've got like big toffee notes, backed up by like just a little undernote of like sort of not too much berryness, not like full on like dried fruit thing, but definitely a berryness note in the back. You've got the bourbon. The bourbon's not massive, but definitely like almost port like. There's definitely a portiness to it. It's very, very nice. Very, very nice. Highly recommend.
All because the ladies love Owen's beer reviews.
Lady in Red. Just call me the Chris de Bear of beer reviews.
I think that's what we're going to have to do. I think that's about right, mate.
Yeah. I
Okay,
mean, after
so-
that double IPA, I'm definitely more pissed. I can't imagine what I'm going to be like after this 13% impy.
And what could possibly go wrong?
What could go wrong? I'm
How-
definitely...
How good's this can design, by the way?
Otto and
How
Griselda.
good's your camera?
That's fantastic.
It's like an old couple, pure grumpy old couple. Just brilliant.
Gold. Who's next?
Well, I've poured mine into the glass because I couldn't wait any longer. So
Yeah.
yeah. So it's the track and how do you say that? Is it Pohala or Poyala? Pohala. Are they Polish? Is that Polish brewery?
It's
Can't
got an
remember where they're
umlaut
from.
over the O, hasn't it? So it's
Isn't it?
German or Austrian.
Is it Estonian?
Estonia,
Might be
maybe.
Estonian.
Somewhere. I'm pretty sure they're somewhere Eastern European. Anyway, so it's a collaboration between Track, who I've already mentioned as one of my favorite lockdown breweries this year. I've been buying lots of beer from, and I saw this on their website the other week and just thought I've got to get a can of that because it's their Pahala are, if I'm saying that right, are renowned for their impy stouts, and I've seen loads of their beers getting loads of cred online. And this is their Lost at Sea Imperial French Toast Stout, done in collaboration with Track Brewery. So yeah,
Eggy beer, just what you want.
well, I'm hoping there's not too much of the egg in there from the French toast, but let's see. So it did have a bit of head on it, but that's disappeared pretty quickly. But you can put that down to the strength quite often with an impy stout, to be fair. It smells not as sweet as I was expecting, actually, given the sort of description of it on the can. So it's more
Any
of your
cinnamon on the nose?
Not especially. No, it's more. It just smells like a really sort of nice, complex kind of impy stout to me, aroma wise. I'm not getting a lot of the sweet aromatics off of this, to be fair, at the minute. So I'll give it a taster.
I'm waiting for it. Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it?
I know what you're waiting for. There's a lot going on there.
Come on, give it to me. Give it to me, baby.
There's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on there, to be fair.
Sort of what you would expect from that kind of beer, right?
I mean, it's
He's
thick.
fucking worse than you, Owen. He drinks and then thinks for 3/4 of an hour before he says out.
It's thick. It's engine oil. It's I mean, that's a pretty serious impy stout, to be fair. Am I getting the sort of French toast thing? I'm not 100%. Like, if I'm really getting that, it's definitely not as sweet as I'm expecting for something that's been sold as a sort of, from that description, you'd be expecting sort of dessert impy stout, really, wouldn't you? I guess, but it's that said, it's really pretty fucking good. It's deep sort of chocolatey kind of sweet roast malt. There is some sweetness there. It's not all kind of roasty flavors, but yeah, for me that's maybe not delivering on the sort of French toast aspect as much, but it is delivering as a really hefty, flavorful imperial stout for sure. So
I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant here. I think that there's been a massive thing about pastry stouts, and you're seeing an awful lot of like really big stouts going on around, and it seems to be like the new hunting ground for marketing in terms of
100%.
What's a tiramisu.
It's getting into the supermarkets
stout,
as well now, isn't it? As well?
Yeah, and it's kind of everyone's got sort of different French toast. There's some way that they're kind of differentiating the stout from the next, but in reality, most of the time, it's just a big stout.
Yeah.
And they don't actually differentiate the flavor that they advertise, and it's, I think it, not that I'm saying it's bad beer. I think a lot of the time they are really good, decent beers, but I think they could just all do themselves a favor and get off their fucking marketing bullshit, really.
I agree 100% with that, because like I'm not that keen on the really sweet dessert sort of stout thing anyway. Like I generally find the really heavy, cloying kind of impy stouts a bit much for my personal taste. And I bought this one because I love Track Brewing and I know that Pahala make really, really good impy stouts anyway, not because it was marketed as a French toast imperial stout, which, having just spent like a minute reviewing it saying it doesn't taste like French toast, you know, it sounds a bit weird, but actually I'm kind of like, I prefer it not to be the French toast stout and just be a nice impy stout. And like you say, why not just sell it as fucking awesome impy on the can and do away with the French toast thing?
Exactly. I think they're just they're doing themselves a bit of a disservice. It's just a bit of a hype train thing right now. It was interesting. I had an imperial stout from Verdant not so long ago, and they don't put many of those out. And it was just an imperial stout. It was just a Russian imperial stout, and it was good, and it was just like good quality.
But that should be enough, shouldn't it? You should be able to sell it on the basis of being a Russian imperial stout because it's a special beer in of itself. It doesn't have to be peanut butter, chocolate, fucking, you know, French toast, whatever. So yeah, I think so. That's gonna fuck me up anyway, whatever happens. So that's a
you and me both.
Oh, yeah, you and Owen are going to be battered within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's all right. I've got mince pies to fill this through.
So I've got the Brewing Co. Was it Otto and Griselda, and it's a proper kind of melon. Melon is probably the key, like in aroma. You just get smacked with that kind of melon thing, and then on the flavour, it's kind of like a wheat type kind of melon thing again. Kind of one of the things it says, I was looking it up there just to see, and it's saying it's whole melon, mosaic, and then it's dry hopped with Galaxy. And I'd say like the melon thing's just like, that's what's hitting you. The Galaxy, I don't know, I've used Galaxy a wee bit now, and it's kind of quite a tropical. And I'm not so much getting that, it's just more of a kind of melon, sort of tropical wheat beer type thing. It's lovely. Great session beer. Sorry, Owen, you're quite quiet again.
What ABV is it, Andy?
4.6.
Oh, okay. Which brewery is it from? Sorry.
That's the one I like. Is my local one? Is there Brewing Co?
Oh, yeah, Brewing Co. Okay.
Yeah. So I they're one of the ones that I kind of found during the whole lockdown and would buy. So I've bought, I think, 3 times now, 3 different big batches of their beers, and yeah, dynamite. So yeah, I thought I'd bring that one back in.
You're going session. Tricky and I are going deep on
you guys. I'm thinking long term. I'm thinking the long term goals here. Because you boys are just like, let's just get mashed.
I've gone quadruple strength.
Yeah, where'd you go from here? Really, it's
more.
I'm going to struggle. I've picked personally. I've picked something nice and fruity to follow up on the.
Yeah, I think once you go black, you can't go back.
Down a mince pie. Lovely, that does. That's fucking good. Impy stout and mince pie. That's your Christmas beer match there. Bang on.
Oh, Chris is muted again.
Oh dear.
Switch your mic on there, Chris.
Sorry, mate. I was too busy getting up and moving around and making a shitload of noise. I'm just trying to make your editing easier. You know what I mean? Yeah, you see what I'm trying to do here. At the moment, I have an empty glass.
Oh dear.
Into which I am going to produce possibly the finest commercial example of utter pish that you have ever fucking experienced in your life.
Do it.
Wow.
Okay?
Oh, here it comes.
That's a build up.
It's
We're going to have a drum roll.
But it is Bishop's finger.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Everybody likes to
And
finger.
do you know the best part?
Occasionally, don't they?
Do you know the best part? This bottle of Bishop's Finger's been in my fridge for 3 years.
Wow.
Oh, it's an
Aged.
aged one. Yeah.
Oh wow.
I hear
It's
it gets
fridge
worse
aged.
with age. So enjoy.
It's glass aged.
You get extra skunking because it's clear glass.
I wonder how clear the beer's going to be. Oh,
Wow.
look at the colour.
I'm first.
That's very fizzy. Look at
Look
the
at
fucking
the-
carbonation on that. Fuck
That's going to be dry.
Okay,
Got
let's
a bit
go
of
in for a
secondary
full
carbonation on that, mate.
tasting. You
I
ready?
want a full review.
Smells
Like stinking bishop
smells like
cheese.
a t-shirt that's been
No.
in the bottom of your drawer for about 2.
Yeah, that's pretty much
2
what stinking
years.
bishop cheese smells like.
Yeah,
Oh dear.
it does smell fucking horrific. I've got to be honest with you.
Does it smell metallic?
That could be the
Yeah.
skunking.
Yeah, it does smell.
Cheers, Chris.
Yeah, cheers,
Enjoy,
son.
mate. Yeah. It's,
Merry
Yeah.
Christmas.
It was nice knowing you.
It smells horrible.
oh,
Doesn't really taste of anything.
I'll just have to stop you there. Harry Brew has subscribed to the Hop Edition YouTube channel.
As it,
Hello,
Is he
Harry, if you're
listening?
watching.
Hiya, bud.
yeah. What up, Harry? So yes, this
There
is
he
one of the
is.
finest examples of commercial beer in the world.
Harry said, tuned
it
in,
is-
saw 3-year-old friggin' Bishop's Finger tuned out for fuck's sake.
I'm gonna say, wait, I'm trying to find the best before date on it. Where's the best before date?
Oh, amazing.
Harry chose a bad
Best-
time to tune in.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
very bad time.
Best before date,
And then socio-
September 2018.
It's ironic, Harry. It's ironic. We're trying to be
Um,
I don't know what Chris is trying to do, but it's
Just try to be funny.
basically, tastes like shit. Not drinking it anymore.
right. Bin that then. What are you really drinking?
No, literally, that was it.
Quick,
I don't
quick,
have
get
any
a
commercial
can of
impies.
Harrison's.
I don't actually have any of his beers.
Is that
Oh,
literally your
About the
only
Neepers.
commercial beer?
No, is it? Fuck, give me a second.
You must
You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Right, jeez. Oh.
have a fucking
Well, Harry, just to let you know that your beer did win the commercial, my favourite commercial this year of the coconut pale ale. So there you go.
Highly
Yeah,
rated.
you did get
a
Highly
shout
out,
rated.
didn't
Yeah,
you?
it did. Yeah.
And I gave a special mention to one of my favourite brews I'd done at home, which was the coconut IPA.
You did.
Admittedly,
Yeah. Actually.
homebrew Tom's recipe, but exciting times. Chris is back. What's he got?
I'm back. So, aside from the jokey 3-year-old Bishop's Finger, we have a can of Verdant.
Oh,
Neil
never.
gets things done.
That's more like
Okay.
it.
Just stepping it up a little bit.
Because that Bishop's Finger tastes like
That's
straight ass crack.
That's a chasm.
Metallic shit.
Now,
Yeah, you're moving between different realms there. That's like a fucking interdimensional.
it's
shift.
totally different sports, isn't it?
Totally different.
Now, this smells lovely. This smells like a proper session beer. Now, I didn't go with an impy because, I'll be honest, I've got a headache tonight and I don't have any commercial impies in. And the closest thing I've got is an oak-aged espresso imperial stout, which I got from Alan Westcombe at Backyard Brewery. And I was going to go for it, but to be fair, this is a nice beer. It smells pretty good.
Mate, that
Smells
won't
sweet.
disappoint.
Oh, hang on.
Uh-oh.
There's a little bit of sweaty socks there. I'm
Oh,
seriously, there is.
Simcoe.
Have you checked the can? Is there Simcoe in it?
Yeah,
Could be the
There
Simcoe.
better fucking not be.
bet you.
No, Citra Mosaic. It's fucking Mosaic again, isn't it? Citra Mosaic and Nels. Oh, fucking Simcoe.
Yes.
Fuck you, Verdant.
The
Fuck
dank
you.
boy. The dank boy's
Dank boy.
All right.
he's here
It's
to
kind of
roam.
dank as well a wee bit, isn't it?
Oh, fuck off. I can't even drink this now.
Oh,
Hot side Simcoe's the worst.
Chug, chug, chug.
Simcoe's fucking great. Get over it.
I do like, yeah, Simcoe's good. Do you know what
It's quite
Denali?
nice.
See Denali, which is now called Sultana. That is dank as hell. That is one dank hop, I'll tell you.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
What did you pay for it? £6?
£4.
Don't
It was
fucking ask.
30% off.
Ooh.
I've got to say, Tricky, these 3 cans will be coming to you, mate.
That's fine by me.
Oh, that's rough.
No, that's. It's
Hold on a
it's got
second.
fruitiness to it.
There's 3 of us here. Why does Trekkie
What's
get
your
all
point?
3?
Because he owes him beer anyway.
Because I can send
Yeah.
it to him for.
Because he hasn't got any fucking.
What a postage.
Was he not meant to send you Brownie Huntress or something?
No, the other one. The
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster. but
Hashtag
they're
where's
out.
my fucking Beastmaster?
Yeah, exactly. Has that
.com,
been
yeah.
sorted yet? No.
No.
Hashtag still in the fucking fermenter. Once you get past that initial taste where it just tastes a little bit sweaty, it's
Mhm.
actually not bad.
It's a fucking great
Don't
beer, mate.
pour it, don't
it's a
pour it
great
down
beer.
the drain.
This is the first commercial beer I've had for about 3 months where I've got the cat piss smell from Simcoe.
Nice.
I've not had it. And I'll be honest, if I hold my nose and drink it, it's all right.
I fucking love that.
I love that
me
beer.
too.
But
Yeah.
I'm getting the cat
I've got a
piss.
sentimental memory attached to that particular beer as well, because one of my best mates at his wedding, he had a keg of it on tap at his wedding because he got married in Cornwall, and he was literally like just up the road from Verdant, and he's a big fan of the brewery anyway. It was at Polzef,
Polzef, yeah, I know Polzef.
I was just on the cliffs there, like looking over the river over to the other side where the what's his face, the posh chef has his restaurant or whatever.
Yeah.
Rick
What's that?
Stein's on the other side of the estuary, isn't he? Is that
He
right?
is, yeah.
Am I
What's that
thinking-
town
I'm getting my geography right there.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. It is, yeah.
Tricky, did you not do
know what
wedding
I mean?
beers? You did beers for a mate's wedding, didn't you?
No, he had 2 weddings, you see. But there's-
Oh, dear.
no, but to the
Different
same
girls.
person. Same person. It was complicated. So he was
Did they have an English wedding and then like an Indian wedding or something? like that?
exactly.
Was it?
So,
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was that. So
Padstow.
Padstow, that's the one. So I
yeah.
provided the homebrew mini kegs for the Indian wedding in the marquee out the back of his
Nice.
parents' house, which went down quite well.
Yeah, I remember saying.
Did a what did I do? One of them was like a clone of Gamma Ray by Beavertown, and the other one was just like a sort of slightly lower ABV pale ale, probably Citra Mosaic or something in that, I imagine.
See, did that hit your stock? See when you had to do the wedding beers, did that totally mess up like your drinking?
Oh, big time, yeah. Like put out my brewing schedule for months.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck, I've just committed to basically brewing like 50 liters of beer for your wedding.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's a double brew day if I do it all in one go, at least.
Yep.
And then probably some more to make, do the backup. And also I was like, I'm factoring in case it fucks up. So I like did it early and was like, okay, I've got to allow myself at least 6 weeks just in case it goes disastrously wrong. And,
I did the exact same for my sister's wedding, and
Yeah.
it totally, like, my beer stocks just took a massive hit because I just couldn't, the production levels required to feed into it just absolutely hit my drinking, and I was just.
What you need is an 80-litre system.
a B80 system. There you go, and you can start doing all the weddings now.
So now that you guys have finished talking shit about fucking weddings and Rick Stein and stuff, can I finish talking about my beer?
Yeah, of course, go for it.
You wankers, fucking 8 minutes of bullshit. Right.
Sorry, Chris. We apologise, Chris.
Yeah. Fuck you.
proceed
you.
with your beer review.
Yeah, I
So
was just trying to tell you why your beer review is wrong and that beer's awesome. And shut
No,
the fuck up.
the problem is okay. This is like sex. Okay,
Whoa,
sometimes
is it a bit rough?
doggy is what you need. Sometimes you got to smack her ass. Sometimes the only thing that's going to get you there is a tweak on the nipples.
Oh, class.
Simcoe is a tweak on the nipples. That's what it is. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. It depends what it's paired with. Occasionally you need a smack on the ass at the same time. That's all I'm saying. All right. I'm not saying this is a bad beer. I'm simply saying that smelling the Simcoe made me think, tasting it, yeah, it's a decent beer. I've got 4 cans. I'm a happy man. Okay? So y'all need to calm down and stop fucking judging me because my palate's different to yours. Yeah?
Sorry, Chris.
Argon is not going to kill you. Fuck y'all. Yeah?
So I take it the next beer that you're going to drink's an apple then, because are we tweaking the nipples?
Absolutely. The next beer I'm having is a nipple. What's
You
that?
want
Is that the world's smallest violin?
No, that's him. This is tweaking the nipples.
What we need is
sorry.
someone needs
Squeezing
to brew an all Simcoe nipple and send it to Chris.
Yeah, my toilet needs cleaning. Please do.
What
And,
I want is for somebody to do that, but not tell him there's any Simcoe in it, and see if he actually smells the cat piss or whether it's just a psychological
That was
barrier.
I bet you would.
when you
100%.
smell that one.
Yeah.
When you smell that one, it's just straight danky cat piss. But the flavor's really nice. The Simcoe
But I
comes-
like the dank. The dank is good.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I love the tank. Absolutely.
The mosaic comes through really well on the flavor, and it excuse me, it's.
I'm
really
going
nice
in with
beer when you drink
the
it.
Jamie Nelson double IPA.
Boom.
Fucking hell, Tricky, you're gonna be literally dragging your ass back to the house on hands and knees.
Crawling.
You are.
Just crash
All
out.
Owen's got to do is fall through that door and he's in his bedroom.
If any's actually fell asleep in your brew shed,
Oh, fucking loads of times. Jesus. Yeah.
Only momentarily, but I've always made it back eventually.
Nah, man. Woke up at
I've
4
not,
a.m.
I've not
one
spent
day.
the whole night out here yet.
I did it right. Me and my mate Dell,
But the
we
night is still young, so
we were watching something on. We were sharing a video on the screen, and two of us were watching this video. Next thing, I woke up and he'd passed out, and I'd passed out for about a good hour. Like I was just like, what the hell? So I just like, just shut down, turned it off, and then literally about 15 minutes later, he was like, what the fuck happened there? Two of us blacked out at the exact same point.
just had a
KO.
just had a Zoom nap together.
Yeah. Both of us on a Zoom call just passed out. It was like,
Amazing.
Gentlemen.
because I woke up, I just remember seeing him sitting there sleeping. I was like, oh, brilliant.
As the soberest of the four of us, I feel the need to remind you all that we have a duty to the people who listen to this podcast to maintain a level of decorum.
Okay. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah?
Keep us on track.
on.
Come on. You're the sober
We
one.
have
It's your
we
responsibility.
have professional brewers watching this podcast now.
Come on,
You
then.
know what I mean? We have a level of responsibility.
What do we need to talk
Yeah.
about then?
We don't really. We did talk about Christmas beers. Now, what do y'all drink as a festive beer? Because for me, anything, don't care. Anything. Literally anything. Whatever I'm not one who abides by convention. I don't think brewing calendars are a real thing. You know?
Is this a Christmas beer?
I think that
Have we gone
I
back?
think
We've gone back.
literally
I think we're back,
Back
of
in
course
time.
we've gone back. We skipped 4 things. So what do you drink as a festive beer? What is your idea of the perfect Christmas beer?
Oof.
Keep
Basically,
it short and sweet. We're 2 hours and 40 in.
Right.
10%. It's got to be a 10% dark beer. Like,
Big
Yeah.
beer,
Big.
MP.
yep, it is.
Big sort of
Chocolatey
impy with those
monster.
like nice dried fruit.
Mhm.
Vibe.
Yeah,
Vibes going on.
raisiny,
Yep.
like dried fruit stuff going on.
But then equally, I want to be able to like pair that off with a slightly more drinkable,
Yeah,
Christmas cake,
like a nice
mince
kind of,
pies.
like a nice bitter, like a nice sort of almost
Yeah,
like your knob gobbler.
It's good to have
know,
a
that-
session beer of some description on hand to wash
Hobnobbler.
down.
Yeah,
the,
like you don't want to be starting Christmas morning
Knob
on an
gobbler's a good
impy
one.
beer.
Knob gobbler.
Your
Knob gobbler.
raisin
Wow.
flavored knob gobbler is ideally what you want to be
Hobnobbler.
sessioning.
Hobnobbler. It was hobnobbler.
Yeah,
Yeah.
put some hobnobs in the mash. You go.
Knob gobbler.
Gobbler.
What am I working with?
Yeah.
Jesus.
The
Knob
only
gobbler.
problem with the hobnobbler is it is a lot lighter. Whereas I think in Christmas you want something that you can sit and sip because you're around people, you're chatting. It's almost like a whiskey, but it's not. It's something that's got that.
It
thick
depends
sort
what
of thing,
point
and it'll
in the
last.
Christmas
a
day you're
heat.
at, doesn't it? Like if you're at that like sitting around
You
having
can't
to
drink
talk to people stage, then the sipper is good.
the sipper
If
because
you're
you're
at the
so
running
full.
around stage, then
It's
the
at night when you're
session
so
beer's
full
good.
and you're busting with
Yeah,
too
yeah.
much to eat.
You
What
need the
want is
stronger
that
one there,
you
don't
just
you?
want that beast, of an imperial.
Yeah, you've all been to that point
Yeah.
after
I'm
the
sure when
Christmas
I have
dinner
my
where you're like, I
goose-
can't force down a pint of
Nah.
just standard beer or lager or whatever. But
You could sip
Uh,
on an
This,
imperial.
this is the
a
thing, right?
sipper.
I'm going to lay a theoretical argument on you now, okay? Because this is something that I've had to put up with, having dinner at various people's houses. I don't want to name people because it's not being at one particular house, but you turn up at someone's house, it's Christmas Day, and all of
Oh,
a
the-
sudden they go, "Do you want a beer?" And you
And
go,
it's
"Yeah, I'd love a
Budweiser.
beer. Beer would be nice right about now," and it's Stella,
It's fucking Stella,
Carling.
Budweiser. Yeah.
right? Or Beck's, and you're like, no, because that's 85% gas, and I don't want that. You want something which is low carbonation, good flavor, sippability, something that's going to sit nice on what you've eaten. And
Yeah.
the beer that I found personally that pairs best with a massive roast dinner, and particularly pay attention to the sprouts, okay? The one that pairs best with that has to be a dark beer. But me, I'll drink anything on Christmas Day. But like
Yeah.
Tricky said, again, this is a very subjective argument because it depends on what time of the day it is.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, for me, I think the perfect beer for Christmas Day is a 3-year-old Bishop's Finger. So,
it sums up the overall
I'm leaving that
disappointment
one
of the whole
where it is.
event, really, doesn't it? In one perfect drink.
What did you have
No.
on Christmas Day with your roast dinner? 3-year-old bottle of Bishop's Finger.
I
Right.
didn't taste it. It smelled like shit. No, I think for me, I want to drink kind of a nice like ruby amber kind of bitter
Yeah.
beer.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
going to
yeah.
be seeing for me through the day, and then finish it out with something nice
Something
and
nice,
strong.
low ABV.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I like the
Something nice
Hobnobbler
and low for
bit
during the
spot on.
day. Yeah, 3.5%, maybe 4% throughout the day, 5 or 6 pints of that. You get to the evening, let's face it, at that point, some shites on TV that you don't really want to watch. Boosh, bottle of KBS, done.
Yeah.
So what are you guys? What are
About
you
right?
guys? What are you guys actually going to be drinking this Christmas? Like assuming
My brown
you're
ale.
at home.
Well,
What are you gonna-
my brown ale.
my
That's right.
daytime session beer is going to be not just because I know that he's on the chat currently on YouTube, but I've got a load of vacant gesture cans
I was
in the
thinking
fridge.
that. I was thinking that as well.
And that's going to be like the daytime session beer, and then it's into the dark stuff as the day goes on. So
Yeah.
once I've got some food into me, then it'll be like the porters and the stouts and the impies after that. So
See, I've got.
yeah.
You know,
still
I've
got
never
some vacant
I've never
in
met
proof
the
of
guy.
concept.
I've
You're
never
not-
met
I'm not-
Harry,
well-
but what he's just put in his comment, Harry's just put, sink into the full-bodied porters and stouts. They shout winter, but he can't session them.
Mhm.
So Christmas party time would be Black Iris, Endless Summer, Neck Oil, or a Kernel Pale with New World hops.
Yeah.
And he's on Vacant Gesture 2 for him, which is a day beer, he says.
Yeah.
Literally, he's just posted that. You know, to be fair, I think there's a lot to be said for session beers on Christmas Day. You know,
That's what I'm
Oh,
saying. Like
uh,
during
No,
the day,
totally.
Graham Hughes is
while you've got to function, like
Yeah,
it's,
you want it 3%
Yeah.
something, yeah, and
Like we've all got kids. We
Yeah,
all
exactly.
are probably cooking some sort of meal.
but you have to have a
and
beer.
you've got to build Lego. Let's
Yeah.
face it.
Yeah, like there's no way you're banging away.
and if you've got a wife that's useless at
6%
cooking like me,
meaters.
like you know that you've got to take on extra responsibilities
Oh,
on
don't.
Christmas Day.
Fucking hell, dude. That's a contentious issue, and I don't want to agree with you in any way, shape, or form,
On what?
but I've got to. Because my wife's not awesome when it comes to roast dinners.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I'm with you. I'll be
None of the women in my
I'll be
family
I'll
are.
be doing the job this
If I go home, I have to cook it when I'm at home, like at my mum's house. If I'm here, I have to cook it because I'm like, you're fucking it up already. Literally 5 minutes into it, I'm like, you're fucking it up. I'm taking over. Get out.
Step
Get out of
back
the
from the
kitchen.
cooker. Step away from the hob. Step away. Get the fuck
I think-
out.
I think
Yeah.
we've all
Sprouts
worked
need
out that we're
bacon.
like minor control freaks that all especially
That's
with
basically
that,
what it comes down to. Isn't it? You
with the
just can't
brewing-
watch it going
brewing
wrong. It's just
scene,
like,
you know,
get out. I'm taking over.
it's an eye for
I have to say-
perfectionism, shall I say?
I want to say right here on camera, because Harry's just said don't say it on camera. I want to say on camera, my missus makes the best roast parsnips and roast potatoes on earth. They are fantastic, but she cannot make gravy to save her fucking life. All right, I have to step in for the gravy. I have to.
The instructions
law.
on Bisto are quite complicated, to be fair, though. It's you know.
There are
Gravy.
no Bisto gravy granules within 100 yards of my kitchen. Get to fuck. Get out. Fucking Bisto. Anybody who uses Bisto, if you use Bisto right now, unsubscribe to the podcast and fuck off.
Mate, you
Nah,
might-
Alright?
Chris, you're a bit
Bisto is-
man for
just
sure.
released-
It's
Chat.
horrific.
It's a bit early days to be making shouts
Bisto's
like that.
horrific.
You might have just halved your membership there.
Yeah,
Chris.
no,
We-
jeez,
We
oh.
only just launched it.
I don't care.
You'll probably find actually
I don't
75% of us actually use Bristol here.
Yeah, you might be on your own, Chris.
Yeah, I think you're the only one that doesn't use Bristol.
Y'all need to learn how to make proper fucking gravy is all I've got to say.
You boiling chicken bones or something?
I've
here?
tried it once and it was just like utter
Oh,
ball ache. Like literally
that.
not worth the hassle. It comes in crumb form. I can make it with crumbs and water.
slap.
Let's do it that way.
Get the fuck
Whisk,
out.
add
Get
stuff.
out.
You
Yeah.
jazz it up. You use it as a base,
Oh,
and then you
no,
jazz
exactly.
it
That's it
up.
up. That's it.
Caram-
And then you use the
caramelised-
juices.
Caramelized
Juices.
onions plus fucking juices and a
He's
bit
away.
of Bisto. Fucking golden, mate.
We've triggered him. We've
Yeah,
totally
he's gone.
triggered him. He's off on one.
Fucking
So
Bisto.
I'm fairly certain argon gas will kill you.
Who's getting killed by argon gas?
That's
Chris.
Could be anyone.
Chris is
It's
He's
very it's
serving
a
it
very
up these
dangerous
Catskills.
gas.
Right, now I know y'all
Oh.
are taking a piss. Okay, so let's move on. Right.
Quickly.
Fucking triggered. So any
so
let's-
easy.
I'm completely gonna skip over the planning a Christmas beer because we don't have time for that shit. Right?
Also
Okay,
far
can
too
I? No,
pissed to
sorry.
do
Can
any
I?
planning.
Can we just talk in Greek? I did want
Yeah.
to put in about Christmas beer.
Go on then.
Right. So the one that Big Banana sent is the peated malt. I really want to try peated malt. Like, I know it's like a thing that people go, oh my goodness, no. But I think that's something I could do maybe in a 2.5-3 gallon batch sort of thing and go imperial with it. I quite fancy doing that. But I think Special B. Would you put Special B in it? I know it's a Belgian type thing.
I'll be honest. I was reading the comment from Graham Hughes that said you're all fucking heathens. I tuned out at peated malt, Andy. I would try a peated beer. I tried a smoked porter for the first time on Friday.
Yeah.
And whilst it wasn't my favorite beer in the world, it was very drinkable. It was rather nice. It was by Brasscastle Brewery.
Right. Okay.
Excuse me. It was quite nice. So I think a peated beer
really-
might work okay.
Mate, I think
Yeah.
from what you said, Andy, it's like you're quite into your peat
Peated.
flavors.
Yeah.
So I think you know it's going to be hard to mess up. That said, I think it's from what I understand is go easy with it.
Yeah, definitely.
But then, so I personally, if I was going to do it, I'd just go super low, and then see how it came out, and then
Do
bump
you know,
it up.
I would just ask Big Banana how much he put in and just go with that.
I'm not sure whether
No, you'd ask
BB
Big Banana
actually
how much you put
used
in and
any
double
peated
it.
malt. Did he? Did he actually use any peated malt in that?
Yeah, he
beer?
did. What was a peated malt thing?
No, but was it a porter that he added peated whiskey to,
No.
or was it a peated porter
was-
that he then
I
added?
thought it was
peated whiskey to?
I thought it was malt that was fired under peat.
It could have been, mate. I think you didn't he put
So
a
it was
video
like smoked
out? on
with
it?
smoke. Has he put it out yet?
I don't know. Did he do a video? on it?
No, see, he told me. So I told him because I filmed, I reviewed it, and I sent him beers, and then he was like, he didn't want to review mine because he'd smashed his nose in or something. He's done some sort of accident,
Oh,
so he
no.
doesn't want to do any camera stuff right now.
Oh, we'll get
but
that.
he was
Has he
wanting
been
to
playing
do-
hurling?
He was wanting to do that beer for his Christmas special beer, but I think he's injured himself slightly. So I don't think he's posted. I don't know if he's posted it. I haven't seen it anyway myself, but yeah, I know he's done. He's not in his running or cycling or something like that. I don't know.
What did I miss? Who are we talking about?
Big Banana. He's
fucked up his face apparently.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's been hurling, hasn't he? He's
Yeah,
taken
yeah.
he's taken a quaffle to the face or whatever it's called,
Yeah.
or is it a bludger? He's
well,
taken
I'm
a
sure-
bludger
I'm
to
sure
the
he'll
nose.
deliver a
You get
comedy
hit-
video about it at some
You
point.
get hit with
soon.
an iron bar yesterday, and I have the nose cut off myself, and not broken at least.
You what? Fucking
also
hell.
a big
An
style.
iron bar.
An iron bar to the face. So yeah,
Wow.
it's looking a
Well
right
put,
fucking
well
state
played,
at the moment.
well played, Banana. Well
Yeah,
played.
good
Was
effort,
it a
mate.
night out in Belfast or?
Fuck knows.
It's the standard
Sounds
night out in Belfast.
brutal. But yeah, so I don't think he has.
To be
posted
fair,
it.
there's nothing worse than losing your sense of smell when it comes to tasting food and making stuff and being able to talk and breathe. And
God, yeah.
I mean, your nose is fairly important, really, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
kind of, it's often overlooked, but it is quite important. So yeah, as far as Christmas beers goes, Andy wants to make a peated one, and to be fair, I wholeheartedly agree with that. Send me a bottle. I will sit down and drink it and give you feedback.
I will need
However,
to do it, won't I?
I want to skip over the whole Christmas beer thing because spices and fruit, hop combinations, blah, blah, blah. Excuse me. That could take about a month. So what I want to skip on to is brewing plans for the new year, including any new styles that you want to have a shot at, any that you've done before that you want to resurrect, and any that you want to brew again. So I think we need to start with Tricky because he looks utterly fucked at the moment. And you do look battered, Trick. What are your brewing plans
That
for
might
the new
be
year
because
after
I
you've moved,
am.
obviously?
You need to consult the brewing.
I've got the sneezes.
brewing calendar.
Well, yeah, I'm going to consult my brewing calendar first, and that will
And
tell
is
me
it-
what beer I have to brew at a certain
So
point
first
in the
thing,
year.
tits,
And then-
so that means nipples.
That's
So you're gonna brew a few
The brewing calendar says tits, so that means a nipple, crispy nipple beer first.
crispy nipples.
boatload of feedback there because I think Owen's put his headphones right next to his microphone.
Anyway, so yeah, I mean, to be honest, like next year's plans are mainly around just developing the new brewing space. So
Oh yeah.
I haven't really thought about doing particular
exciting.
beers or styles or anything else. It's more about like the excitement of having a new
Are you gonna
potential
record it
brewing
all?
area.
have
Well,
you-
I think I'm probably gonna have to split it, like the garage. I've said this a few times already, but pretty much like along the lines of what New Homebrew Tom has done. Like the first, split the garage up and do one half of it for actual garage stuff like bicycles and things like that, and then the other half to be a kind of for people that might view the house in the future, utility room. For me, the brewing space or the brewery, essentially. So
Yeah.
I mean, the good thing is I know that the boiler is in the garage already. So all the plumbing and stuff, like for putting a sink in and stuff, is there already. And that is going to be one of the things that will make the biggest difference to me, is just having the fucking like running water and everything in the actual brewery area. Like, at the minute, I obviously have to go to the outside tap or into the kitchen to get water and whatever and clean stuff and all the rest of it. So if I can get a big stainless like kitchen style, commercial kitchen style sink in there with water and that hooked up, that's gonna be the biggest like upgrade for me as far as the new brewery space goes.
Have you looked at power? How's the power looking in the garage?
Well, again, that's literally going to be. I think it's just basic sort of setup at the moment, but I know that the like the main power supply
distribution board,
distro board is on the other side of the wall from the garage. So
if you just drill a hole and just put a new breaker.
If I want to upgrade it, it's just literally straight through the wall into the cupboard under the stairs, and then can tap off of that easy money. So
40 amp time, baby. 6 kilowatts.
Yeah.
Which opens up
1.21 gigawatts.
Yeah, that's where it opens up all sorts of possibilities in terms of putting in like a proper control panel and maybe going down the craft beer pie route. Although for me,
I'm gonna say don't get too attached. Don't get too attached to craft beer pie.
Yeah.
Because the next thing that we're going to talk about, there may be an upgrade for you to do.
Yeah,
there may be an upgrade.
The only thing with that is like I usually use the Buffalo like induction plate for brewing. So if I'm gonna go that way, obviously that kind of means that I'd have to be going into getting an element and stuff.
Yeah, easy.
So
that's easy.
It's easy. It's just that it's more money, isn't it? So it's an extra expense.
It's not that much money. It's not that much.
Sell the Buffalo.
Upgrade your element.
No, that could be done, but it's just
the Buffalo probably pay for it.
Literally, you sell the Buffalo, you'll be able to buy a 2-inch tri-clamp adapter from Still Dragon in Holland and get it shipped.
Yeah.
Buy an element, dry all the other bits and bobs, and literally plug it in and have an element that you can remove at the end of every brew and clean manually.
Up. Yeah,
it'll make such a massive difference for you, mate.
That might be the way to go then.
But the whereabouts were we? Yeah, so any new brewing styles that you want to have a pop at, Owen?
Yeah, I think the Marzen's like off the bat. I want to have a pop at doing a Marzen and an IPL. Maybe even the nipple.
Nipple. It's
all about the nipples.
21 nipples.
Chris, you said to me, the sour beer you got from me has totally changed your thinking around how to brew, and I guess your influences affected me to think about different styles I've not brewed before. So I think a Vienna lager,
mate,
an imperial.
And are you just going to brew loads of German beers?
Potentially, yeah.
I'm thinking the same. I literally wrote the same German beers.
This year, my brewing definitely sort of started to stilt more towards English styles. I'd say last year was more about American styles. This year was still fairly American influence, but probably a bit more English influence. Next year, I think might be a bit more German influence.
Yeah.
But I am keen to rebrew Zombie Dust if I've got a load of Citra, because that is a great beer. I really, really want to brew Vacant Gesture.
You've not done it yet?
I've still not done it, and it's been on my list for ages.
The only problem...
that one.
Has Harry actually released the full recipe for Vacant?
Yeah.
There's one problem with Vacant, right? And there's one problem with Vacant, right? It just doesn't last long in the keg.
You can't brew enough of it. Maybe I'll do a double batch.
You do
I might do a double batch, and I can do that in one swing as well with the system I've got. So and I've got the fermenter space to do a double batch, so I might do that. But
I can see why it sells so well. It's
just while we're on this topic,
crushable
okay?
beer.
I hate to cut in front of you, Andy, but I've got to do it whilst we've got the guy listening. Andy, Harry, rather. I've never met you. You're literally 5 miles away from the best radio control car track in Britain, and I want to say thank you for being the person that you are and actually releasing your recipes to the public, knowing that we're probably going to fuck them up. Okay? You are opening
Most of
yourself
us
up
have
to,
already.
Speak for
to a
yourself,
bunch
Chris.
of incompetent bastards brewing your beer and fucking it up. So thank you for doing that. You keep doing what you're doing,
To
mate.
be fair, I
because-
sent Harry one of my vacant gestures, and he thought it was all right. It wasn't quite there,
Yeah, I
but
remember
he
that,
said it was
yeah.
okay.
No, I saw the video.
And I was
saw
like,
the video.
that's all the credit I need, Harry. Thank you. He didn't
Yeah.
spit it
I
out.
got
and that was literally
70%.
all I
It's an
needed.
A. It's an A. But
I like that base.
We've got
the vacant base is excellent for see like that.
Tricky
Used
said
it
the
for,
same
like,
thing.
tring out hot
That
combinations.
Seaview Sunset.
loads,
I
and it's
sent
fucking
it to Harry as well. The Seaview Sunset is a vacant base, and it just sings with all the hops. You don't need to use that much hops in it, but it just everything about it is just so good.
you see, I've been doing the same thing with like the pina colada pale ale. That's my Bell's Two Hearted session base recipe,
Mm-hmm.
and I've just changed up the hops. So originally I brewed it with Centennial throughout. This time I did it with Sabro, and then added Brew One into the dry hop. And I think if you can get just like a really nice sessionable, base recipe for a pale ale, much like Vacant Gesture, and you can just play around with that. You're banging the track tonight, Tricky.
Jeez,
Banging the track.
It's fucking good, though. Sorry, carry on, Owen.
That's all right. I'm going to interlude with the fact that I'm drinking another Brew York beer, which is Life is Peachy.
That sounds good.
Peach and vanilla sour IPA at 7.4%.
Oh, maybe not then.
I'm definitely having hopefully having a lie in the morning.
Incidentally, Harry's just put a post up where he says Sabro in the IPA would work. Coincidentally, I've just taken delivery of a kilo of Sabro.
You know what I think, Harry? Actually,
give that a go, buddy.
Sabro Galaxy is what went into the vacant
Have you got
one.
the toasted coconut, though? That's the question.
I don't need toasted coconut. I just need coconut that I can toast.
You know, I might.
Well, that's true. Yeah,
I might have used.
But have you got the
Sabro
coconut?
the
Hell
last
yeah.
time I brewed it? I'm
I
not
keep
sure.
the coconut on coal all time, baby.
I make macarons.
Did I?
Fuck me, that's a good beer.
No,
You're wearing
thanks,
it. You're
Tricky.
looking like Dracula.
It's-
Thank you, Harry. Thank
Yeah.
you. So the Vacant Gesture base is as simple as it gets. It's all about the balance for the hops to come through.
Yeah,
This is what we need in the craft brewing community, guys, okay?
Yeah.
All you other brewers, you can take note of what Harry's doing right now. He is supporting home brewers by giving us comments when we drink 3-year-old bottles of Bishop's Finger. That's what he's doing.
Harry was a home
Okay?
brewer as well.
What, by
Harry-
saying, fuck off, I'm not
Exactly.
watching this shit anymore.
Yeah.
You fucking morons.
Look, you guys brought him back. You brought him back. I went for the comedy gesture. It failed. You brought us back. Okay, it was bad timing on Harry's part. He
I'd
should
like
have
to
been
add-
in there. He should have been in there from the start.
I'd like to ask,
Yeah.
when the last
Blend
time
it.
I brewed the coconut IPA, I used Sabro in the dry hop, and it worked
Yep.
very, very well.
Bellissimo.
But
This
see,
is why
see
open
the
source code
That's one of
works.
those like fairly, cult sort of homebrew recipes that I haven't done yet. So
Have you
the
not?
I need to get on
coconut
the shy IPA recipe because I've
You've
never
got
done
to
it.
get on
Have you
that,
done it,
mate.
Andy? You've
I've done it,
haven't
and then I did
Yeah.
I did one with lactose as well. I did a Cocoa Tropic at the start of this year with
Ah,
toasted coconut
that's
again.
that's
so
basically
it's-
like suntan lotion beer, isn't it? Or
Yeah, no, I remember you.
I think-
remember
I
you
think,
doing that, Andy.
like even like brew like Owen did with the Brew One and Sabro. and then toasted coconut and all that. Yeah, now we're talking. But
I like Harry even more because he's using science in his recipes. He's putting the coconut in a blender to increase the surface area.
yeah.
I love this guy.
I did that.
I love
See
this guy.
So Harry came out and told us that one in one of his videos, and I did try it, and it does proper go.
Of course it
tits
fucking
mental.
works. It's science, bitch.
The only
Of course
problem,
it works.
The only problem you have with putting it in your fermenters, you need to make sure it doesn't block any of the taps. Yeah. So maybe try
I
and
don't have
bag
that
it
problem.
like
I've
a
got
brew
a
bag or
Fermzilla.
something.
Well, it
but
depends if
I've
you've
got a
got a bottom
Fermzilla.
tap. If you've got a
I've
floating
got it,
tap,
so
then you're good,
yeah.
aren't you?
Well,
'Cause I assume the
If you've got one of
coconut
those
cold
fermenters
crashes
from
out,
the
doesn't it?
60s, where the tap's at the bottom.
no.
yes,
Mine's
it's
is
gonna be an issue.
the one in there, the Chronicle.
Does the coconut cold crash out though? Like, does it drop out?
It does, but it cold crashes all
Of course
over
it
the
will.
tap.
Physics says it will.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Don't argue with physics.
No, yeah, I know that, Chris. Thank you. Physics, rah rah rah. I'm saying if you've got the floating dip tube, then you're golden, aren't you? Which is what you're saying. If you do it in the fucking all rounder or whatever.
No, I
Floating
think
dip
it
tube.
Stop
might.
agreeing with me in such an aggressive manner, Tricky.
I will aggressively agree with you,
Yeah, in my
motherfucker.
experience, I'm going to provide a.
You're
a
right, and shut up.
Contrary view is that most of it drops out, but sometimes just some bits just stay at the top for whatever reason.
It's
Oh, are
just
we saying
perfect
you
for
bag
blocking
your
up
nuts
tubes.
or not? That's the question.
Nah, I never bag anything.
I saw a brilliant meme actually that was talking about
no.
you know those people who walk around wearing a mask and it's like here and not covering their nose,
And it's like the knobs hanging out.
and it said wearing a mask not covering your nose is like wearing a condom on your bollocks.
Yeah.
I thought
It's
that
a
was
little
funny.
like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pointless. Right, so I want to move.
There's some extra technique stuff coming in here from Harry. Like, just,
Yeah.
I know.
so-
I'm reading it all. I'm reading it all, mate. I've literally got.
I'm also like reading the Tricky's got to crack the Imperial Bounty Hunter MP Stout thing, but
Made
I
a
mean,
basket.
I want to, Brett, but seriously, I've still got to drink this motherfucker.
good
and,
idea.
like, come on.
Tricky.
You don't want me
Down
to
in
die live on the stream, do you? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Down in one.
There you go.
Down
You should
in
bag the
one.
coconut
Down in one. Down in one.
and rouse it.
No, that's not happening.
He's not going to, pussy. Thought you were a rugby player.
Yeah, you can open a
So,
plastic bottle earlier,
moving on.
mate. So,
I've got mole grips. I can open anything. So, any new styles that you want to have a go at, Andy? Are you all about the nipples?
Hey, by the way, I'm bang on with Owen. I couldn't believe it. Owen's like, he was talking about German beers and nipples, and I was just like, I literally wrote my notes: German beers and nipples. I want to do some more malty German type beers that, like the Marzen, which I'll be doing now. But I definitely want to be doing more
Tomorrow?
lagers. Yeah, nah, I think it'll be Monday.
German nipples.
German nipples,
There's
man.
nothing wrong with German nipples.
No, but I think I'll do more, do more nipples. I want to try, I'll probably do a pressure fermentation at some point, because I bought the Keg King Junior. I bought it as a backup kind of keg as well, so you could serve from, but I do fancy at
just
some
do
point.
a fucking lager in it, mate, and be amazed by the lack of effort you have to put into making.
Do you know what my worry is? My worry is transferring from that to an actual keg, because my bouncer filter, I think.
Why?
Because it leaks quite easy.
More tea, Vicar.
But I think
Which bit's
the,
leaking?
The
You or
correct
the
answer,
bouncer?
Andy. The correct answer is I might as well you've eaten all the fucking cream cakes. Okay, if anyone says that to you again, that's the answer that you give. Go on.
right, but yeah, so my transferring device is a bit thingy. The other thing is I don't have the way
Suspect.
mine works. It's a silicon tube and it goes on a barb on the Chronicle, and I need to change that to a black disconnect basically. So there's a little hiccup with the transferring, but I can sort it. I'll sort it, but it's maybe not imminent straight away, but I will work out how to do it basically.
Well, as long as you've got a plan moving forward, I think we're golden on that one, aren't we?
Yeah.
Tricky, what are you planning on brewing moving forward? You've already
That's a
talked
good
about it, haven't
question.
you? Yours is all about your brew space, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 I'm quite. That'll
So,
be exciting.
I'm gonna
looking
put
forward
down-
to that, Richard.
Well, what about you, Chris? Go on.
I'm looking forward to the million fucking videos he's going to put out about him plastering a wall.
You're gonna love it, mate.
because
You're
that's
gonna
going
love
to
it.
happen. I am.
No,
All
what
we
you're
need
looking
is
what you're
Owen
looking forward to is
voiceovering
me
the video.
fucking up plastering of the wall. That's going to be the entertainment value. I mean, like,
Absolutely.
I
That's
tried
it.
to fit a door, and this is how it worked out, and this is why I had to pay somebody to come and do it for me 2 weeks
And
later.
it'll look like
it
something
fell
out of
down.
Teletubbies, won't it?
Yeah. Do you remember the Simpsons episode where Homer makes a spice rack? That's going to be me putting up the fucking.
It's like Daddy Pig putting the picture up on the wall and puts a hole through the fucking
Yeah,
wall.
exactly. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh,
That's
shit.
what it's going to be.
Hi.
Plasters it back
man.
up and just forget that.
So, the first brew that I've got planned for next year is a fruity sour, a la Owen's passion fruit sour, except I'm making it with passion fruit and apricot, just for a balance, for a little bit more creaminess.
Very nice.
And I'm going to use
Sounds like just going for
Sour Batch Kids.
the ultra kind of like fruity
This sounds
sour
good.
beer there.
Are you not
Well, no,
gonna
'cause
get-
the
are you not
thing
gonna
is, if you
use
think-
the Philly sour, Lalaman Philly sour.
that one, Sour Batch, Philly Sour, whatever. Is it Lalamand?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the stuff.
Is it a
that's
Lalaman?
technically
Yeah,
not
that's-
a sour. It's technically not a lacto.
Wait, hold on. Are you kettle souring
Brain.
or are you going to sour in the fermenter?
I'm going to ferment a sour, yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Philly, is it? Then, yeah.
That's
Philly.
what I'm going to use. I've already got it. It's in my basket on the malt miller. But I decided that the passion fruit was great. It was lovely. It was wonderful. I just feel the need for a bit of apricot in it as well. I'm a big fan of apricots.
It needed just like it was good. It was subtle. It was like a subtly flavored sour, but it would benefit. I think we discussed it, didn't we, on one of the podcasts, and we said
It
like
needs a write up.
mango, maybe apricot, maybe peach. That kind of
Yeah.
It needs a bit more fruit flavor than it.
I think passion fruit and peach would work really well as a pairing. But I'm going with passion fruit and apricot because apricot brings that, for want of a better term, that acidity which I want within the brew. I think that's going to be really nice. So yeah, I think that's where I'm going to be at.
I think
definitely souring it in the fermenter.
Yeah.
Chris, what about your chili garden?
My chili garden, as soon as the seeds actually arrive from Derek, because they haven't yet.
Oh wow!
I've already got the little plastic greenhouse thing. I've got the windowsill planting pots. Everything's all ready to go. It's just a question of the seeds arriving, me soaking them in water for 5 hours, and then planting them.
Yeah,
That's where I'm at the minute.
just for
Tricky.
for info. Yeah, Derek went and
What?
sent me and Chris a crap load of chili seeds, didn't he? Oh, I've got mine, and he's
Yeah.
like, wow. I'll be able to have definitely, I don't know, about 10 varieties of different chili plants, which I grew jalapenos this year, and I had 4 jalapeno plants, and the amount of jalapenos I got from them was insane. So never mind adding another blooming 9 varieties on top of that. It's just going to be,
Yeah.
chili's
You
coming
get
out
into
of
that
where
like
I'm
chili
aiming.
scene, mate. There's a whole different. It's like the home brewing community, chili growing
Yeah.
community is a
Yes.
thing. Like
It's like
Yeah.
the context for a new podcast here,
Time.
guys.
Yeah.
Well, I've already said to Tricky and to Owen that we need to do a podcast about, Kamados and smokers
Yeah,
in general.
barbecuing, yeah.
Because we compare beers with that on the regular during the summer months. I think that's just brilliant. But the chili scene, I watched Tricky's video on how to make a fermented chili sauce, and I instantly just went, I need to do this. Not I want to do it. I need to do this.
Yeah.
And literally the following day after I'd watched it, I did it. And mine's got mango, 2 different types of peppers.
Have you
in
tried
it?
it yet? Is it done?
It'll be done. It'll have had 2 weeks tomorrow morning.
Oh, okay.
So tomorrow morning it's getting blended up, getting a bit of honey added, little teeny bit of rapeseed.
Is it smelling
oil,
good
a
though?
bit of
Because
the
like the
juice
thing that
back
I
into
love
it.
about the fermented hot sauce is you can smell the like what it's going to taste like as it's going along.
Mate, it is. It smells. I wish there was smell-o-vision
Like this?
because it's fucking fantastic. So it's
Ah,
So
muy
hot sauce
bueno.
Hot sauce is definitely for
muy
me.
bueno. Sí, bueno. And essentially, I want to get a few more chili plants to give some more shape, some more depth to the chili flavor. Because I'm not a super hothead. A guy at work, Nobby, really, really nice bloke, has been making fermented chili sauces for years. And he gave me one. I told Chicky, I sent him a message. It's Kashmiri Reds and nothing else. And it is straight
just
fruit
raw heat.
fire.
I've had Kashmiri.
It's not. There's fruitiness to it, mate.
Well, yeah, but I've had like Kashmiri chili powder, and that's just like fucking.
Yeah, it's pain. It's powdered pain, is what it is. But it is one of those things where I've got into it, and for virtually zero effort, you can produce something at the end which is just 50 times better than anything you're going to get on
and if you've got like an Asian supermarket or whatever nearby that sells chilies by the pound, then you can do this like
I've got
really
3,
cheap.
baby.
So
yeah,
this is my point.
But
there's a lot
on it as well.
Yeah,
it's good.
And the reason why I want to grow it is because I've ordered 5 varieties from some Devon chili farm or Dorset chili farm, whatever it is, that are like super low level mega fruity ones. And the ones that I've got from Derek are kind of a little bit hotter, but still on the fruity side. Because everybody thinks habanero. I know we're a brewing podcast, but Jesus, come on, bear us out. Habaneros. Everybody thinks that habaneros are like Scotch bonnet heat, but they're not. There's like 50 varieties of habanero chili, right from down the bottom end where they're like 500 Scovilles, up to the ones that are equivalent to a Scotch bonnet, which are like, fucking 200,000-300,000 Scovilles. So there's a massive range, and you can choose and pick and blend and mix and create a sauce. And all you need is a jar and a bit of salt.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah,
Brett,
so
It's
easy.
not rocket science.
Yeah,
Brett
it's good
Harmon
fun.
sent me some of his hot sauce that he'd put mosaic hops into.
Oh,
it was
what?
fucking lovely. Really good. Really good.
Never talking.
He was actually challenging me to try some on this very podcast, but
What
Do
about,
it. Do it now.
wait,
Do it now.
talking-
Do it now.
I don't-
do it
I
now,
don't have
do it
it
now.
right
Do it now.
here,
Do it
so-
now. Do it now.
Talking
Ah.
about talking about growing stuff. What about hops? Is anyone going to try growing hops next year, or have you already grown hops?
Owen's already
my-
growing his.
my hop growing efforts have failed tragically. Like both times I've tried, like it's just fucking didn't do anything. So
You're in the right part of the country.
yeah,
as well.
no, they should do well, but I'm just shit at growing hops clearly. So
What
they
the
didn't
hell?
work.
That's mad.
No,
I'm
mate.
hoping.
I'm just like, why bother? Why I just buy the hops.
Because it's
Fuck's sake.
fun.
I've just thrown
Is it
3-year-old
fun?
Bishop's
I
finger
can't.
all over my
To be
To be
trousers.
honest, I'd
I've got
throw them
enough
more
shit to
for
worry
the
about.
like the decorative aspect. Like
Yeah.
if they were out the front of my house, like I'd grow a hot plant over the porch or whatever to decorate it. But
And
it
then
seems
brew
like
with it.
and then brew with it totally. But it seems like they need more care than I'm willing to give a plant to just earn like 300 grams worth of shit fuggles. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I'm
a bit like it's
fuck
just
that.
a nostalgic thing. It's like, oh, I've grown them and then I've made a sort
Yeah.
of 2-bit beer
And
with some
also,
fairly
like,
bad hops. You're like,
if I walk, if
You're
I
on
can
the
be
beer engine.
bothered to walk down the river for 2 miles, I can find those 500 grams of shit fuggles for free and not have to put any effort into growing them whatsoever. So I'm like, I can keep walking down the river going, hang on a minute, that looks like a fucking hop cone. I'm like, it is, but it's fucking rotten now. So like next year, I'm gonna mark them on the map.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Go around and find the wild hops and just like get an actual
I like that.
collection of proper wild hops. 'Cause people
Gentlemen,
say like, "Oh, I made this beer with wild hops."
Oh,
Like,
he's
no,
gone.
if you grew them in your garden,
he's off on
they're
one.
not wild, are they? That's not a wild hop beer. Come on, do you know what I mean?
Right.
So,
Okay. Now Tricky's finished ranting. Harmon Brewing has asked. He's delayed brewing his apricot and peach Philly sour as they are more suited to the summer months. But any views on the grain bill and water profile? What I would suggest you do, Mr. Harmon Brewing, and I don't know your first name. What's his first name? Is it
Brett.
Brian?
right.
Dave.
Brett
We'll
Hitman
go with
Hart.
Dave.
Harmon.
Brett.
Brett. It's
Hitman.
Brett. It's Brett.
All right, calm down, chill out. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I was just
But
making
Brett,
sure you
what
heard
you
me
need-
because normally you just
I
plow
heard
on
you.
like a fucking
I'm not
steam
deaf.
train.
I'm not pissed like you are.
I think we're
Brett,
all
what you need
pissed.
to do is you need to send Owen. I'm not. Send Owen a PM on BrewTube and just ask him for the grain bill for his sour that he did, because honestly, having tasted it, that's a great base for a sour beer. So not that I've got massive
I'll
experience
tell
in
you right
sour
now.
beers.
Here we go. Here we
Go on
go.
then, do it.
Bill was right
I've got
now.
my brewing log.
After tasting
got
Owen's
I've got
soured
Brewfather.
beer, Owen, he would agree that it's the classic flavour to aim for. So,
Yeah, I mean,
Get the
it's,
burger
it's
car.
I need my brewing log.
is
I've
it
got my
possible to
brewing log
send your
out.
ballsack sour culture in the post, Owen? Or
yeah. I mean, that's going to be hard to replicate, Brett. I'm not going to lie, but the grain bill is an exciting
Pilsner?
grain bill of 2.2 kilos of Pilsner and 1.2 kilos of wheat malt.
Boom. There you go.
is that it?
That was it.
That's it.
Job done.
It's all in the art of brewing. That's all I can
JD.
say.
And the ballsack yeast, obviously.
Yeah, well, no, let's
Look,
let's
who's
not
got a
overlook
brew
the
book.
house culture.
The house
Owen.
culture.
Look who's
Is where
got
it's
a
at,
brew
son.
log. Did you miss that?
I've
Chris, put it
seen
back up.
Yeah, it's probably it's probably kept close next to his brewing calendar.
Vienna Lager. Boom.
If you
There you
look
go.
closely on that brew log, it said only brew this in the month of September.
Yeah, I saw that actually.
Chris, when did you get that?
He's on mute again. Thank God.
No. Chris, you're on mute.
Yeah.
Right, come on.
No,
Here.
don't tell him. Just let him keep talking.
Alt beer. I can't hear you.
He's
You're on
still
mute. You're on mute.
Fuck y'all, all of y'all.
Yeah.
If y'all don't
No.
like it, suck my dick.
Right, what are you
Do-
saying?
Do tell me more.
What I'm saying is the
So-
only recipes that get put in here are the recipes that I'm happy to brew twice.
No, that should be the
Yes.
learning book.
I've got fucking Brewfather for learning.
No, but that's taking notes on the day, so it's dead easy to take notes.
No, there's no notes in here. Everything's on Brewfather.
Oh, no, it's a
All
learning
right,
book.
let's move on. Let's move on.
Right, come
It's
on.
not a learning book. Fucking hell.
So
Advanced,
we've talked about
physical
what
chemistry
styles
is a
of
learning
beer we want to brew next year. What about the last point?
I'll be
New-
honest, because I've changed all of the notes.
New kit. What's our new kit? What are we thinking about? New kit? And
Yeah. What are y'all planning on buying or changing on your kit that's going to improve your brewing process? Now, Andy should at this point be saying, I'm buying 3 firm Zillas and getting rid of
No.
that piece of stainless steel shit I've got in my fridge.
I'll get a uni tank.
That's still a pressure fermenter, isn't it?
Do you know what I can
But it's
do?
only just.
Mine, what one? The Chronicle.
Yeah, what can you do in the Chronicle? That's pressure fermented, isn't it?
2 psi.
Oh,
Like you can
not
do
really
pressure
then.
transfers and that. I've got it hooked. I've got a disco, Connie disco in the
Fucking
top.
amateur.
It's pish, but do you know it's not
Yeah.
pish? Do you know what? The Chronicle is fucking beast. It's like pulls out cracking beers. The only thing I can't do is obviously cap at the end and then carbonate
I
it under
just
its
can't
own.
justify the money for that if it's not, if it can't deliver like proper pressure fermentation at the minute. Like, I don't know.
No, I love it. The Chronicle is
Spike Brewing.
Yeah, but we can't get it here. I know.
In order from Canada.
Nah.
I mean, I wouldn't pay that much money for a mentor at all, to be honest, because I think it's actually an overrated, like...
Me and Owen are waiting for the Brew Tools fermenters.
You guys just want to
For
spank
the
money
low
on...
price of £6,000, you too can have a 15-litre fermenter.
I think the Brew you might find the Brew Tools will be quite comparable to the
It'll
SS
be
Brewtech.
competitive if you're willing to spend 1,200 quid on a fermenter, which for the record, I'm not. I'm quite happy with my Firmzilla.
Oh no!
And when my Firmzilla goes wrong, I'll probably buy an all-rounder. Because it's like what are they like 60 quid? That's like
I think all in delivered for an all-rounder, they're about 78 quid.
Okay, all right. In which case, considering a new Brew Tools fermenter is probably going to be 1,200 quid, right? You could get how many all-rounders?
Let's do the maths.
Right, guys. I do have a pressure fermenter right here.
14?
Yeah. Right, and each one's probably going to last you a couple of years. So you're talking about 28
so that's 30 years.
That's cool.
30 years of fermentation for the same price.
It's not cool, mate.
It's not cool. It's not cool.
But there's a difference between cool and cheap.
And practical.
Cheap and functional beats cool, if you ask me.
Do you need...
I appreciate...
Wait. Do we need to pressure ferment everything or do we not? Because...
No. It's
not everything.
Flexibility feature.
This is the point that I've been trying to make to you, Andy. You don't have to do it, but having the choice to be able to do it is different.
I don't know. That's
the difference.
Mate, I'm not judging you on having a stainless steel conical. Like, I would like one.
I'm jealous.
I'd like one.
I'm jealous.
They are good.
But
at the same time,
I'm not going to buy a
out,
new one. I'm not going to spend 1,200 quid on one, despite having spent a massive amount on my brewing system, right? But in my mind, spending a lot of money on your brewing system, the thing that actually makes the beer, versus
brewers make the water, yeast make beer. So
yeah, but the thing that you can control is making the wort. Putting it then once it's in the fermenter, it doesn't matter. Like you can use
you can control the health of the yeast as well all the way through. Like that statement is true, but it's also a little bit of a cop out in terms of like assuming you have no control over the yeast once it's fermenting the beer. Because
but
honestly though, Tricky, you don't.
How is a stainless steel fermenter going to help you control the yeast?
You have control over how much yeast there is to begin with. You have control over how hot the yeast is when it's fermenting. You have control over what pressure the yeast is under while it's fermenting. So I agree with it in principle to the point where it's like, if you just throw it into the fermenter and leave it to do its shit, then yes. Basically, at that point, it's up to the yeast what the beer comes out like. But if you're a conscientious brewer, you can still control the yeast through many parameters after the point where you've pitched it.
I'm not sure if stainless steel is the key variable between...
Stainless steel makes fuck all difference to anything, to be honest. It's only in the sense of being easier to clean. What?
Yeah, that's true.
Hold up. We're trying to cater to an audience here. Graham, what are you on about? What am I building myself? I'll wait for him to reply. What am I
who are you
building
talking
myself,
to?
Graham? Graham Hughes. He's on YouTube
is he
chat.
on the YouTube chat?
He's on the YouTube chat. He's asking me, am I building it myself? What am I building myself? Because I'm confused by this.
Hey,
Unless he's talking about Chris Harrison. He might be talking to Chris Harrison. There's another Chris involved here. This is all very confusing.
Oh, he
to be
says,
fair, Harry says...
pressure fermenters all the way. I will be looking to go for a 2,000 litre
Fuck you, amateurs.
Yeah.
To be fair, if I had the space and
Harry
the money...
See, the thing is, if Harry can get a uni tank, then he can put his beer into can pre-carbonated, and he's not having to piss about with conditioning cans and all that. And yeah, so that's a massive thing.
Or
like
get
yeah.
uni tank fermenters.
No, that's what he's saying.
Just carbonate in the fermenter.
No, that's what he said. So he's going to get a uni tank. That's what he wants to do. Uni tank fermenters. That means you can do NEPAs dead easy, and then you can literally then can pre-carbonated, boom, seal, away it goes.
No more purple NEPAs. Boom.
No more purple NEPAs, yeah.
So yeah, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. As far as new kit goes, who was it who said pressure fermenters? Who was it? Somebody said that. Because I'm going to say what I'm planning on doing as far as new kit goes next year. Really, as far as brewing infrastructure goes, I think I'm happy with where I am at the moment.
Yeah.
I do have a need for a grain basket, but that grain basket is what I'm going to have custom made. The main thing that I'm planning on upgrading as far as my brewing system goes is I'm planning on changing from craft beer pie to Node Red, which is why I was saying to you, Tricky, you might want to listen to this one because craft beer pie is no longer supported.
You're pretending like I'm going to remember any of this tomorrow. Come on, guys. Let's be serious.
You'll be able to listen back and watch the video and everything. It's all
good. No, I will have to
listen
back to it when I edit it, but I'm still not going to recollect any of this shit.
Craft beer pie is no longer supported. Which
craft
is
beer
a problem.
Pie is no longer supported.
So, to be honest, by the time I even get to the point of actually making it, it'll probably be a whole different thing anyway. So,
but Chris,
don't worry about me.
It will. It'll be Known Red.
Yeah, it will be.
I've currently got sitting on. Where is it at the minute?
Should you not be writing your own version of that, Chris, with your extensive knowledge?
It's here.
Programming.
Yeah, the only problem with No Dread isn't plug and play like craft beer pie is at the moment.
It is. Well, it is.
I thought each person.
The latest fork. No, the latest fork is literally plug and play. There's a 3-vessel system that you could literally download, install, and use tomorrow. But
it's good.
Look, we've pandered. We've pandered to you two. Okay, you can pander to us for a moment. Now, there's a lot of people out there, based on the podcast that me and Andy put out about craft beer pie and electric control breweries.
A lot of people.
Where a hell of a lot of people, because I've been sending them all Andy's way for advice.
Yeah, I've helped a lot of people build breweries.
If you go down the route of saying craft beer pie is the only option, you're actually doing people a disservice because Node Red is currently mature enough.
Who are you talking to?
Well,
people who've got a craft beer pie brewery.
No, I'm saying who are the people saying craft beer pie is the only option? I don't
me. I'm probably saying it a little bit because it's
there are a lot of people saying it.
I literally, sorry, no, not meaning to like just piss on the bonfire.
I'm probably one of them.
I'm literally coming from this as a I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean?
Chris is quite happy to program and all that sort of thing.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't.
There's a lot of development going on at the moment with No Dread because they've kind of been craft beer community has been abandoned. So there's a lot of good development work going on just now on No Dread, and Chris probably is one of them that's probably starting to get into it. For myself, I'm not at that level. I'm just like, no, if I'm like more of a hardware guy.
The thing is, Andy, you don't need to be. There are, as far as I'm aware, the last time I checked the Node Red pages, there were 3 fully mature, ready to download, ready to go node red versions of a 3-vessel brewing system that you could put on your system and make work now.
Yeah, maybe.
For me, being single vessel, there are 2, one of which is like it's embryonic. The other one is mature enough for me to have it on this micro SD card and install and get to work. So
See,
that's
the only
going to be
thing
my
is-
next big thing, is going to be moving to Node Red.
Chris, the craft beer pie is working for me. It's like incredible. It does all the brewing. It boots up my brewery in the morning, fires up all the heaters, everything, and it just does the automated steps. Like, it is working amazingly for me just now. So it's like, don't touch it because it ain't broke.
If it ain't
sort of
broke.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
No,
it's
and I
all-
agree with that. But there's going to come a time
Yeah.
where there's going to be an update to your Raspbian OS,
And you know
which
what?
is going to break it.
No.
And at that point, you're fucked.
No, it's not that. It's, do you know, I've built it. So, and like you're saying, in 2 years' time, I'll be able to just download a bit of software from Node-RED, plug it in, and boom, my brewery's still working because I built it.
But
it's
you
not
can
like
do that now.
Yeah, but someone else didn't build it, right? And I don't know how it works. I can upgrade this as I go. I see if I want to go for bigger elements. I can upsize things and change it. You know, I can do that. I have full control of my brewery.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying, Andy.
No, I know, yeah.
You're talking about physical components.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. This is the advantage that
Software.
you and me have over all these people who spent $3,000 on a brew tool system. Okay. If I want to change something, I change
do
it,
it.
and
Yeah,
I know it's
totally.
going to work.
Yeah.
Whereas those people have gone out and bought an all-in-one, a Grainfather, a Brew Tools, a Brewzilla, a whatever else
Yeah,
they're
you're
called
stuck
this
with
week,
that system
Clarkstein,
now
whatever.
forever.
who
Sort
are
of, unless you can
limited,
hack it.
Whereas
No, those systems you can hack. Johnny Apple, he's hacked his and put it on a craft beer pie. You can
It is
hack these
possible
things.
to do these things. It
Yeah,
just
yeah,
depends
yeah.
how determined you are, man. You
Yeah,
know, it's
yeah.
like it's not. Don't ever doubt the ingenuity of the home brewer, because
Yeah.
basically, like, this community is the most.
I'm not going to.
No, I'm not saying you are, but
Yes.
what I'm trying to say is, like, this community, as far as like DIY like hacking skills go,
Yeah, it's mega.
it's insane, because you just go from like level like I put a fucking element in my kettle to fucking brew pie, like, you know, all in one system that I built myself, basically what you've done, Chris, and everything in between.
Yeah.
And it's all fucking good. You know what I mean? And there's levels of support for everyone, for whatever level between those two places you are, and there seems to be no judgment as far as I can see, unless you're a
no
twat.
judgment.
There are a few twats who will like chip in, but they generally get burnt straight
Bit
away
like-
by
bit
like
like me.
people just going, "Get the fuck out, cunt."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so
This is one of
Can I-
those
can-
moments where you've got two people in a pub having a heated debate about something very, very minor, and then the piss mate comes over and goes, "Fucking hell, what are you arguing about?" That's what Tricky's just done. Literally,
Yeah.
that's what.
no, it was
No,
like,
I'm
it's all
gonna
love,
move-
baby.
I'm gonna move
It's all
this on.
love, baby.
Yeah. I'm going to add that Harry Brew 69's just subscribed to my YouTube channel. Thanks,
No
Harry.
way. Boom.
I wish I had a YouTube channel, but I don't.
honoured. I feel honoured.
Okay, so me and Andy, we know what we're doing moving on. Owen, what are you doing moving on? Aside
So-
from upgrading from a watering can.
Yeah, obviously that's the main step forward. You know, I've got a £2,500 brewing system, and I'm going to move forward from the brewing can for sparging.
Oh, and are you going to hook up to a pump to your HLT?
Yeah, so initially I'm gonna try and gravity feed it. If I can't gravity feed it, bearing in mind like the brew tool system does have an internal pump,
Oh, you
Providing
remember,
that-
yeah, saying-
providing the gravity feed can feed it quick enough.
Mhm.
But what I'm actually aiming for is quite a slow sparge
Yeah.
rather than a really
totally.
quick sparge. So
I was thinking, yeah, you're pretty much bang on because your sparge you want to be as slow as possible.
exactly, and I'm hoping the lockline sparge arm system is going to be, you know, capable of providing a slow enough sparge that I will be able to gravity feed the HLT into the internal pump of the brew tool system and be able to sparge slow enough. If it's not slow enough, I do have like a solar pump, one of those little brown solar pump
12-volt ones,
and I'm really impressed actually with those little 12-volt solar pumps. They're really decent. They're great at priming, and
they are decent.
They can pump through like a decent level of volume quite quickly. And
I've got a little one as well, just for my hot water.
If that means I have to apply that just to prime the brew tool pump, but I don't think I'm going to need it. So, and I've treated myself to an early Christmas present. I bought the new Brew Tools laser cut, like base
for the mash.
grain filter plate.
Yeah.
And I would say like one of the gripes I would say of the Brew Tools community is the grain filter plate
cost
that they originally provided. Definitely not the cost, Chris. I wouldn't worry about that amongst the Brew Tools community. It originally came with like a really coarse filter, and what you ended up actually getting was just a lot of grain into the wort. And then they released a fine filter, which was not a great deal better, but slightly better. I've been using both, one on top of the other, and that's been okay, but you still get some grain coming through. And then they've released the laser cut thing, and this is proper premium. Like, it's a good, I would say, 3 mil thick stainless steel. It's laser cut. It's an absolute beauty to behold. And I mean, it's proper high end.
Do you need the sock?
Brew porn, that you're not, and they've probably reduced the actual surface area to, like, they've probably reduced it about 60%. Yeah, if you saw it, guys, you really would be.
It'll be interesting to see how it works out for you.
So
I have seen it. It's quite impressive.
I've got the little sparge attachment. I've got the lock line thing coming, so it's going to be.
That'll be good. Hopefully, get an efficiency bump as well. Owen, what are you seeing efficiency-wise?
Tricky's on the vinegar strokes.
Owen, what's your general efficiency on the Brew Tools?
It's about like somewhere between 70-75 brew house.
Right, okay, so you'll probably bump it up to about 80 now.
Yeah, I reckon probably about 80. Yeah, which is as long as it's like consistent.
Yep,
I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's consistent. Yeah.
Yeah, but I hope I'm going to kind of get a bump just from a kind of cost saving point of view. But yeah, so that's the main thing for me.
I have to say that I was hoping for something a little less geeky on the kit and stuff, and maybe someone was going to say like a bigger kettle or a better pump, or
I wouldn't mind a bigger mash tun. Bigger mash tun so I can do bigger beers, because the mash tun I've got is too small. It can literally go up to 6.5% for a 21-litre batch, and then really after that it is proper kicking the arse out of it. It just it can't.
But this is the wonderful thing about brewing, okay? Because we've got a modular system, you can just change that.
Oh, I can, yeah, but
you could.
So, for me, that's an insulated mash tun.
But Tricky's got one of them. But this is what it comes down to. And I love the fact that we're nearly 4 hours into this podcast, right? And we're sitting here talking, and we could probably talk for another hour and a quarter. However, it's nearly tomorrow. And,
as
much as it's nearly tomorrow, and I think, to be fair, Graham Hughes needs a fucking medal for sitting there and listening to 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Has he actually been here since the start? Jesus Christ! I mean,
he's literally still here. He's in a conversation with Harry about.
He's probably not even listening to us anymore. He's just having a chat with Harry. He's been here for the whole 4 hours going, I hope Harry gets on and I can have a talk with him in the chat. It's like, yeah.
Probably.
That's like
So,
meta conversations.
gentlemen,
going on.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, one thing I want to say, I want to reiterate my thanks to everybody who's donated to the Just Giving for the podcast. I want to say to Tricky, thank you for turning up and being pissed after 2 hours and still being pissed after nearly 4. Owen, I just love you, man. I think
My
you're
game,
ace,
baby.
and we need some sexy music. Andy, the best looking video of the 4 of us, with the most regal wank sock I've ever seen in my life. And guys, I wish you all, everybody,
the whole
who's
podcast has
listening to this
basically been him
podcast,
getting hit in the face with a purple glove that he wanked into earlier.
it's hilarious.
Boom.
At
Wet
least
wank.
it's soft and squidgy. I think now is the time for us to say to everybody who's listened to the Hop Edition this year, anybody who's supported us, anybody who's left us a question, anybody who's left us a review, anybody who's recommended us to a friend, I want to say thank you, because you've helped this podcast become what it is today. 4 arseholes sat in a shed, arseholed, talking bollocks with professional brewers on the chat on YouTube. I mean,
Proper
I would never, when me and Tricky decided to do this podcast, I would never have guessed that we would have got this far. So I hope you've enjoyed the Christmas episode. And if you need any help with anything that we've talked about, oh, thanks, Harry. It's on BrewTube, mate. I'll send you a link. Definitely. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. I think that we wouldn't have got to where we are right now if it hadn't been for you guys listening to us. We definitely wouldn't have got to where we are right now if these 2 fucking reprobates, Andy and Owen, hadn't turned up and busted me out in the time of need whilst Tricky was changing nappies and feeding his missus. And Tricky, I love you, man.
They're like the superhero pissheads, aren't they? That came to your rescue.
Ta-da! They did. I love all 3 of you like brothers, which means I'm happy to choke you out.
I will come and drink double IPAs with you anytime, sir. I'm ready to address this situation for you.
I'll turn up as long as every beer's a dipper. Thank you. Have a very, very Merry Christmas. And if you're not in any way Christian, Happy Hanukkah, Eid Mubarak, whatever your denomination is. I hope you have a great holiday. Spend time with those that you love. Don't go spreading COVID, and just enjoy your new year. We'll be back on the 2nd of January with another live podcast about something that I haven't been told about yet. So have a great one. Enjoy yourselves. Love to all. Enjoy your beers. And time for the guys to sign off. Do it, guys.
Bye-bye.
And everybody waits for everyone else. Again.
Yeah, it's me.
You guys suck.
Cheers, guys.
Good
been a
night.
pleasure.
And good luck.
Good
Happy
night.
Christmas, motherfuckers.
Yeah, in case you haven't noticed, Tricky's
Love
battered. Love you all, guys.
I can edit that out, though.
I gave you
Gave
my
you
heart.
my heart.
Gave you my
The
tits.
very next day, I gave it away. This year, to save me from tears,
I'll give
I
it
give it to someone special.
Luke Stevens. Last Christmas.
Right.
Tits!
Tats.
Tits, motherfucker.
See you later, guys.
Twisted apple.
Bye.
Bye.
Night, guys. Bye. Oh dear. How did we make 4 hours on that shit? Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
fuck. We still live on YouTube?
Enjoy editing that one, Tricky.
That'd be great. I'm really going to enjoy that.
I've not even been for a pish.
What the
Impressive.
fuck? You've got a bladder of steel,
I've
son.
not been for a pish. What
The
is that?
boy's not
You're
even
really
broken the
dehydrated.
seal.
You should have exploded or either like just reconstitute yourself with piss, basically.
Right, I'm gonna go. I'm busting.
Is it episode 17?
18.
Is it 18? Oof.
Yeah, it's definitely 18.
It's gonna take a while to download that one.
Nah, I'll be fine. Export as WAV. Last Christmas, you gave me your heart.
That was a nice sign off.
Yeah, I thought so. Really bad karaoke from us two Muppets.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a new subscriber, Harmon Brewing.
What's happening?
I've got a new subscriber of Harry Brew 69.
Nice.
Hey,
The big boys.
welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah, I've made the big leagues.
Oh, and what you up to now, subscriber wise?
I'm just short of 250. So my intention is I'm gonna do my 250 subscriber competition over the Christmas period.
Okay.
I'm on 242. Small fry compared to some of you guys.
Have you been putting up videos?
No, not for a while.
You need to start posting.
Yeah, man, I've just been it's
Busy.
Busy working.
yeah, last video I posted was 113 days ago.
Oh, that's mega. That's way too long.
That's a little bit too late for building the subscribers.
Yeah, you need to.
That's like 4 or 5 months ago.
Nah, you need to be posting. You need to be getting your constant video update. You know.
Yeah, I know. I've just it's just I'm done it.
Shocking.
I'm done it. What are you gonna do?
That's it. But if you, it's just time, I suppose. Is the problem.
Mate, seriously, just do a video that says how to and something basic, and then you can get a shitload of fucking...
That's what I've concluded. Yeah, I might just go on like how to homebrew beer.
How about how to use the Brew Tools B80?
Too niche, mate. You need to get more basic than that. Literally, how to brew something, or whatever.
How to do a sour beer.
Top 3 videos on my channel, all how to in the title.
Was it the mini keg? That's got to be the biggest one.
That's like 100-something thousand views.
Nice.
It basically just drives the money for my channel. Like literally that one video.
Oh, that's interesting.
I didn't even know what I was doing at the time. That was like way, way, way early on, before I even did any of the like nice video stuff that I do now.
Mm-hmm.
That pressure barrel and anything that has Kavaic in the title basically just makes money.
Seriously. That's true. Yeah, that I think I've got a Voss one, and
people love Kavaic videos. It's weird.
Yeah, that's true. The biggest one for me is the craft beer pie one.
You've got
the build
how
video.
To craft beer pie video.
It's gone nuts. That's gone nuts. Which is, and like every month, that's probably one of the best performing videos. Constant.
Yeah, no, it's the same for me. It's the same videos that are like the top 3 all the time.
Yeah.
And you just you can put the same words into titles that make them earn the same.
Check out the YouTube, guys. Just check out the YouTube comments, because Harry's currently giving you advice on what to put on your videos to get loads of subscribers. How to wash a fermenter, how to brew a Cooper's Cerveza. And to be fair, he's not wrong.
He's probably right, yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. You just put how to in any of those videos and it works.
How to fit a wank sock over your microphone, and he's up to 3 million subscribers. Especially if you post it on Pornhub.
Yeah. I think my my channel's it's not mega like I've got 560 subs, but it's slowly getting there. I think like this year's been a proper effort in putting regular videos up, and that's where I've seen all of my growth is this year sort of thing.
Well,
So
to be honest, mate, like this year, the mad thing with fucking like COVID and all that lockdown shit, it's just like the video stuff has just gone like literally exploded in terms of the revenue and shit. So
I don't get any revenue. Like I get like there's zilch because I don't get enough. I've not got enough subs, and then I don't. It's my watch count as well. It
you've
needs
not
to be
hit 1,000 yet, have you?
no.
Oh, that's the thing, mate. Because like when you get there, you you will get some money.
How much do you get roughly a month or a year?
Well, I don't want to make this like sound like it's representative,
Yeah.
but currently it's like 75 quid a month.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
Rain bill paid for.
That's your brewing. Yeah, that's
well, no,
that
that's
is-
what I'm saying. 'cause
that's ingredients.
That's basically like all my ingredients and everything else and whatever paid for.
Yeah, that's cool.
Andy, you've got a question from Graham Hughes. He wants to know how you blur your background.
F1.4.
Get a better camera. It's the
Literally, I'm using my Sony A7 III, and it's a 35mm f1.4 lens, which then means it's like actual how bokeh actually happens is because it's such a shallow depth of field. It
Because
basically-
that's literally what's happening, Graham. We are all sitting in sheds, aside from Owen, who's in his walk-in closet, and Andy is literally sitting in a studio.
I've got a studio, yeah. It's the first time I've done the studio, to be fair, but
Even the phones are fucking Apple. Come on, boy.
I know. See if we can get a decent
Do
picture
you
for
reckon, Andy? Do you reckon I could like connect up my new camera?
Yeah, hopefully. But
How do you connect it up to stream video?
so the Sony's got an imaging sort of webcam thing, so I literally hook it up via USB to the computer, and then there's a bit of software I put in from Sony that turns into a webcam, and then that allows me in Zoom to select my camera as the webcam, which is really cool. And then obviously I've got the snowball hooked up here, and then I've got see the light that you got, right? No giving it away. But I've got the beauty dish with a what'd you call it? It's like a thing that goes round it. Beauty dish. And then see behind me to give me the separation.
Just say that in Scottish again. Beauty dish.
Beauty dish.
Oh, fucking hell.
dish.
But-
Beauty dish.
Behind me,
dish.
I've got a little light. There's a little light that sits in the rack.
A little light.
There's a
Andy,
little,
just
the
get
fucking
me over the
sexy
hump,
beauty
Andy.
dish.
Just say deep
Oh,
fried
fuck
Mars
me.
bar.
get the wank socks out. Come on.
Just say deep fried Mars bar. Come on.
Beauty dish.
Beauty dish. You guys are awesome, man.
dish. It is
That's a fucking beautiful dish there, lad. Oh,
But there's also an LED like that's giving a blue light.
Oh,
You see here, you can
not
see
the
it all
fucking
that.
LED as well, mate. Oh,
it's an
It's an LED beauty dish.
LED fucking beauty dish.
Oh,
Oh, that's too much for me, mate. I'm gone. Oh,
oh man.
So if I take that light away,
Welcome to the Hop Edition after party.
exactly. What's this?
yeah. Did anyone call this podcast off at all, or are we still recording?
You're like Sean Connery.
You're in
Hey.
control of it going out to YouTube. boy.
LED.
Right, so see, look at my background now. Look at the separate. There's no separation here,
Yeah,
Right.
Same.
and so when you put a little stick on LED that gives a blue, because it's white light, it's 5500 Kelvin. It gives that kind of blue compared to when it's the white balance is set for this kind of tungsten bulb or just a standard type of bulb in the beauty dish.
The
Oh,
beauty
yeah,
dish.
beauty dish. Hey, lad. Fucking hell.
I'll put this back up.
Go for some separation.
Get on that, lads.
Oh,
Oh.
Look
Get
at
a
that.
little bit closer into the camera there, Andy.
And then
it's
see
all
this?
about the beauty dish.
You can see that blue light. See that blue light? And then
Owen's about to deliver the smell my cheese.
wait till you start seeing
I'm
one.
dead sexy.
Smell my cheese, your mother.
Smell my cheese, mother.
Trick, the link's on Emma on Facebook chat for you to download.
Oh dear.
Oh, do we need to do this? Oh shite. Right.
Have you
let's-
literally been sitting there talking about fucking beauty dishes and not doing the bits that you need to do?
Aye.
I've got 1 minute left. Expect the
Episode-
link soon. Ah,
Episode
Smell my cheese.
pish.
And
He's well lit. He's well
Okay.
lit, Andy.
well lit, mate. Export.
Oh, he's well lit.
Episode 18, Andy, and we'll whack that on the desktop.
It's all right. He's got his M1.
That's right. This thing's gonna just go boom. About it is.
Yeah, we
Holy
do
shit.
appreciate talent. We just like taking a piss out of Scotsman. Trust me, if you were on being Welsh, Jesus, how much shit you would get, son.
Holy shit, that was rapid. Okay,
Is it
Done.
done?
done.
Wow.
Right,
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
it was so rapid that I've already zipped mine, uploaded it, and sent him the link.
Right, I'm gonna compress it. Let's see how long this takes to compress the file.
Well, given yours will be about the same as mine, about 572 meg, 580 meg.
Compress.
How long did yours take?
It's saying, well, like, so I've just started it there. We're about a quarter of the way. Less than
Yeah,
a
I
minute.
mean, I'm still doing mine. I know I started mine about 5 minutes ago.
No,
Mine took 12 seconds.
Right, that's
Wow. Mine took about 5 minutes.
right. I'm halfway.
12 seconds, Andy. 12 seconds. Come back when you got a processor as fast as mine, okay?
Well, what am I? How many seconds am I going to be?
12 seconds.
It's probably because it's crap. You know, it's just.
If only your hands and forearms was as quick, Chris.
10,
To be fair to me, okay, I do have arthritic hands, so cut me a little bit of slack.
right, that's it done. That's not bad. Right, are we doing? Oh, we do this Google thing, don't we? Oh,
How do I save it? How do I share it then?
drive.
Guys, to anybody who's currently listening on YouTube, thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate you guys being here. And Harry, I'm going to send you a link to the Just Giving page. And then if you're gonna post that up, that would be awesome for us. Yeah, just need to find it now because I've got a friend request from Chris Harrison. How cool is that?
Look at you.
Join the club, mate.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't go out my way to try and friend people because I don't like them to know how much of a wanker I am when I'm not doing the podcast.
That's you're an awesome guy, mate.
You're a legend.
Yeah, total.
You don't know him long enough. He's a dick.
He's a good dick.
I'm not going to disagree with it. I am a dick.
It's a classics. It's
Right,
in
it's
Scotland.
not
You
bad.
go wank, 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 wank. Good guy, wank.
I don't know what's happened to
He's like a
Andy's
cunt.
amazing video, but it's,
That is a proper good cunt.
It's a good cunt.
He's a good cunt. He's not a bad
he's
cunt.
a good cunt.
A good cunt. Double whammer.
I think he's frozen. Yeah.
No,
No,
I'm still
he's
here.
not frozen. He's just sitting really still.
Dude, who's frozen? Chris?
We love you, Chris. You're a great friend.
Right. Has everyone stopped drinking now? I suppose.
I stopped
Only the
drinking.
pussies.
I'm thinking a whiskey would be quite a nice finisher. Yeah, let's do it.
I'm on the fucking hokum, mate. Hokum stomp is my finisher for every night.
No way.
It's a good beer for a nightcap.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll go to bed soon.
oh.
Fucking 16-hour day I did yesterday.
But
Why are they working you so hard, Owen? What are you doing?
I don't want to get into it, mate, but it's been
Right,
a
let's not talk about it
savage
then.
week.
Fuck it.
And then I got 5 hours sleep last night. Full day at work.
Did you tell I got a promotion in my work. I think I told you. Did I know? I think I said. But they promoted me. So at the moment I was managing a team in Glasgow for electrical engineers in the railway. And then they promote. I put in to go for the head of discipline role for the UK, so managing all the teams across the UK. So I got it and I was like, brilliant. So I got a phone call from Nige, who's the head of systems for the UK. And he's like, it sounded like I didn't get it. And then he was like, oh, you got it, mate. And I was like, oh, brilliant. And then he was like, yeah, and also you need to look after the overhead line team. I was just like, oh, fuck. Oh, no. Nightmare.
I think
Because it's
that's
like
called,
just effectively.
I think that's what they commonly call as butt fuck.
Sounds like extra
it
work
was a bit
for
fuck.
less money.
It was like doubling, more than doubling the team size that I was expecting. And then the OLE teams, they've got all sorts of problems as well. The EMP team seems to be, it's all running really good at the moment. Myself and another guy, Andy, down in York, we seem to have it under control. But OLE's just all over the place. So, yeah, I was feeling a bit sick when I got told that one. But see, to be honest, it's all about stretching yourself and, yeah.
My work is an absolute clusterfuck right now. It's a big
Owen,
old
what is it?
clusterfuck.
You're not a project manager or something?
No,
You're not a PM?
I'm all things to all men right now. I do
What
just
is it you
about
do?
I do just about anything right now. I work for a fairly large scale financial company that's just replaced all of their IT. And it is pandemonium. It's a fucking mess.
Nightmare.
Yeah, it's fun and games right now. Yeah, it's hard work.
Cool. Well, not cool, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it keeps me in a job. That's yeah. I'm not going to complain
Especially
too much.
see right now.
In the
Yeah,
grand
right now
scale
it's
of
probably
You
things.
don't want to be in the fucking job market currently, do you? For fuck's sake. I mean, it's like, yeah, bad news.
Oh.
Yeah.
What are you
Okay,
drinking?
guys, I think it's about time we stop the YouTube stream. So thanks for listening to us on YouTube. Hope you've enjoyed the after party. Hopefully Tricky's going to click the disconnect button. And we will see you guys on the 2nd of January for the next episode. It's going to be pretty cool. Next year, boys. Next year. Have a great Christmas. We'll see you all soon. Click that
Merry
disconnect.
Christmas.
Bye. It was great.
Merry Christmas,
Love you guys.
dirty mother.